Chapter 93. The shout outside shocked Ma Qiao and Bao Yining. It was as if a ladle of ice water had been poured over their heads. Their hands and feet were cold, and they were dumbstruck. After a moment of shock, Bao Yining said with a trembling voice, "My dead man is back." "Why is he back? Why is he back now?" Ma Qiao also panicked. He lowered his voice and asked anxiously, "What's the point of saying all these useless things now? What should we do now? What should we do now?" The person outside knocked on the door and shouted, "Yining, open the door. Ameda." The two of them were in a mess inside the room. Although there was a window on the wall, it was not wide. Moreover, it was a window with a pole, so the gap was relatively small. How could a tall and burly man like Ma Qiao squeeze through? Ma Qiao grabbed his clothes and shoes and hurriedly ran behind the screen. There was a toilet there, but it was a place to relieve himself. Bao Yining said anxiously, "How can he hide here? What if he wants to relieve himself and bumped into you?" Ma Qiao said anxiously, "Then what should we do?" Bao Yining quickly looked around the room and saw a cabinet next to the bed. She quickly said, "Quick, hide behind that." Ma Qiao did not have time to think and quickly hid behind the cabinet. It is already late autumn. Bao Yining's husband, who suddenly came back, will not open the window and pass by in the middle of the night and find him. Coming. Is it Ada? Bao Yining saw that Ma Qiao has hidden himself and quickly put on her nightgown. She tidied her hair and pretended to be sleepy. She went to the door and asked. The man outside the door said, "Haha, it's me. Wife, quickly open the door. I miss you so much." When Bao Yining heard the voice, she was sure it was her husband. She pulled the latch, but before she could pull the door opened and a black shadow fell in from outside. Bao Yining hastily stretched out her hand to catch it. Under the light of the lantern, she saw that it was her husband, Wu Guangde. Wu Guangde had a pouch on his shoulder. His face looked like a pig's liver, and the smell of alcohol assaulted her nostrils. Bao Yining saw that he was drunk and waved her hand to get rid of the smell. She frowned and asked, "Ada, why did you come back at this time? The door is closed. How did you come in? Where did you get so drunk?" Wu Guangde blinked his drunken eyes and pinched her cheeks. He chuckled and said, I entered the city in the evening. I didn't have time to get back to the square, so I stayed at an inn in Huiran Square, next to the city gate. I drank with a few friends who came back with me." While talking, Wu Guangde walked into the room. His steps were unstable, and he staggered. When he reached the bed, Bao Yining did not manage to hold him back, and he fell heavily on the bed. He reached out and pulled Bao Yining into his arms. While playing with her soft breasts, he said, We were drinking wine when a family came to the square to pick up their bride. Hey, I saw them and recognized them. They were from the square. The square. I said goodbye to my friends and followed the bride's family and came back from the East Square gate. It turned out that when people got married at this time, they would have their wedding at night. That was why it was called a stupid ceremony. That was how the wedding came to be. Holding a wedding at dusk meant the alternation of yin and yang. If the bride's family was far away from the husband's family, or if the bride's family was holding a big wedding, then this stupid ceremony could be held until the middle of the night. When we read the strange tales from a Chinese studio, there's often a certain scholar who, in the middle of the night, saw 2 rows of lanterns and torches in a field, with a wind blowing and beating in front, and a small sedan chair in the middle, accompanied by a young master on horseback. That is the scene of a muddle-headed wedding ceremony. Wu Guangde came back from Daliang and hurried to Luoyang. Seeing that the door was about to close, it was too late to go home. He took advantage of the fact that the door of the Huiran Square had not closed yet, and found an inn to stay with a few friends. They drank to their heart's content and waited to go home the next day. As a result, the family in the Xiaowen Square happened to be getting married that night. The in-laws lived in the Huiran Square, next to the small shop that Wu Guangde lived in. To get married at night, it was necessary to walk on the streets at night. Therefore, this family had already reported to the authorities in advance and obtained a permit to pass. The 2 workers in charge of the east gate of the Xiaowen workshop had also been arranged to wait for the wedding procession to return before closing the gate. Therefore, Wu Guangde followed the wedding procession back to the Xiaowen Square. Bao Yining did not expect that her husband would be able to come back even after the gate was closed. That was why she blocked Ma Qiao in the room. Fortunately, this Wu Guangda was very drunk. Looking at the situation, there was no need to worry about his adultery. Bao Yining felt a lot more at ease. Wu Guangda shifted his body and said, "I'm so thirsty. Wife, give me a cup of water." Bao Yining responded and struggled out of his embrace to pour a cup of water. Wu Guangda closed his eyes and in a daze untied the knife at his waist and threw it to the side of the pillow. He also untied the pouch on his shoulder and put it to the side. Inside, there were some gold and silver ingots that he had earned from doing business. Because they were hanging by the side of the bed, they were heavy. When he let go, they slipped to the ground and made a dong sound. After Wu Guangda was drunk, he was already sleepy. When Bao Yining came back with the water, Wu Guangda gulped it down with a gu dong dong sound. He let out a burp that reeked of alcohol and started to sound drunk. "Husband, Ada." Bao Yining tried to call him and gently pushed him. Seeing that he did not respond, she lightly walked to the back of the wardrobe. She waved at Ma Qiao and gave him a look. Ma Qiao looked out and saw that the merchant Wu Guangda, who had just returned from Daliang, was already fast asleep. He quickly tiptoed out and stood behind the screen to put on his clothes. Bao Yining did not dare to make a sound and only helped him put on his clothes. The two of them were like acting a mime. Ma Qiao finished dressing and put on his boots. Just as he was about to run out of the room, he suddenly felt that he was missing something. He suddenly remembered that he had hurriedly put on his clothes and shoes and ran behind the wardrobe. He had forgotten to take the dagger on his head. Ma Qiao looked around and couldn't help but jump in fright. His head was right next to his pillow and was being pressed down by Wu Guangda's saber. Fortunately, Wu Guangda had returned drunk, otherwise he would have definitely been discovered. Ma Qiao quickly pointed to the dagger on Wu Guangda's pillow. Bao Yining turned her head to look. She was a little scared and nervous. She hesitated and looked at Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao was annoyed. He pretended to stomp his feet. He pouted his lips at Wu Guangda and glared at Bao Yining. Bao Yining hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth and turned around. She gently took the dagger from Wu Guangda's side and quickly ran back to Ma Qiao's side. Her voice was slightly trembling. She said softly, "Is this okay?" His return was seen by the bride in the square. "If you kill him, how can you not alert the authorities? If you really want to kill him, why don't you wait until next spring when he comes back to Daliang? Kill him halfway and bury him in the wilderness. No one will know. After a year or so, I will report to the authorities that he is missing. Then I will be your real husband and wife." Ma Qiao saw that she came back with the dagger. He felt strange. He didn't know what she was going to do with the dagger. After listening to her words, he was shocked. He stared at the woman who had just been with him. It was as if he just met her. He was infatuated with this woman's charm. He didn't know that her heart was so poisonous. One night, as husband and wife, means 100 days of love. How could she be so cruel? Bao Yining saw that the way he stared at her became strange. She thought that he was unhappy. She quickly explained in a small voice, "My enemy, I don't want to be with you. I'm just worried that you didn't do it cleanly. If the authorities investigate, it will be troublesome. If you have a proper way, I will settle this with you right now. What's wrong with that disgusting thing?" Ma Qiao couldn't hold back his anger anymore. He pushed Bao Yining away. He walked over in big strides. He grabbed Bao Yining's head and turned to leave. Bao Yining understood his intention. She couldn't help but cry out. Her face turned red. Ma Qiao loathed this poisonous woman. His face was cold. He didn't say anything. He walked out. Bao Yining saw his face. She was terrified. She quickly pulled him back. She explained in a low voice, "I misunderstood. Xiaolang, please don't be angry." Ma Qiao cursed in a low voice, "Pig in dog's heart. What kind of thing is that?" He shook his arm. He shook off Bao Yining and walked out. Bao Yining was wearing cloth socks. He couldn't stand steadily on the floor. He cried out and fell backward. Ma Qiao ignored him. He pushed the door and walked out. The pouch containing the gold and silver ingots fell to the floor. Bao Yining fell backward. The back of his head hit the ingots. Blood gushed out. He fell unconscious. Ma Qiao had already left. He didn't notice anything. Wu Guangda was sleeping soundly on the bed. He didn't know anything either. The next morning, because Ma Qiao didn't need to be on duty today, he didn't need to wake up so early. He slept until the sun rose. Ma Qiao washed up and dressed. He slowly walked out of his house. He saw his neighbors were walking hurriedly in the same direction. He was surprised. He was about to ask someone what happened when he saw Su Fangzheng rushing over. Ma Qiao quickly went up to him. "Basho," he said, "what happened? What is everyone rushing to see?" Su Fangzheng stamped his feet. "Bad luck, really bad luck. Something bad has happened in our workshop. We've really attracted evil spirits. I need to find a Taoist priest to do some exorcism." He left in a hurry. Ma Qiao was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to follow the crowd to take a look, he saw Jiang Suning also rushing over. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop her and said, "Xiaoning, aren't you doing your business? What are you doing here? Is there a ghost in our shop?" As soon as Jiang Suning saw it was Ma Qiao, he halted his steps and said, "That's terrible. Yesterday, our merchant Wu Guangda came back drunk. I don't know how, but he accidentally killed his wife. Early this morning, when he woke up from his drunken stupor, he found out that his wife's corpse was already cold. There was no way to save her. Now this matter has spread. The Bao family is crying and making a fuss. The government has sent people to arrest him." When Ma Qiao heard this, he was stunned. Chapter 94. The waves stopped the flying boat, and the raging waves slammed against the cliff. A few seagulls flew past the top of the waves. A white-haired, white-bearded old man in sackcloth sat steadily on a rock in the middle of the raging waves. He held a fishing rod in his hand, and the fishing float was in the white waves, but his sharp old eyes seemed to be able to see it clearly. Not far from him, a barefooted youth stood amidst the low reefs that had been washed by the waves over and over again. The youth's back was bare, and he only had a loincloth wrapped around his waist. He stood firmly on the slippery reefs in a horse stance, allowing the waves to hit him one after another. "Great master, you don't know, but your legend is widely spread in the Tang dynasty. Everyone knows your name. People say that Curly Beard has never tasted defeat in his life, and that he is invincible in the world. People also say that although you did not seize the world in the Green Forest Road from ancient times until now, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Great Master." The youth stood in a horse stance, letting the waves hit his body as he spoke loudly to the old man sitting high on the cliff. The old man laughed loudly and said, "Undefeated in the world? Is that what the people say? Well, that makes sense. This is in line with the hero image in their hearts. Even if I personally stand up to deny it, I'm afraid it won't work. How can there be a general who always wins in this world? How can there be an undefeated hero? When this old man roamed the pugilistic world, I met the heroes of the world and wanted to do great things. When have I not been defeated? When have I not been chased by others? If you can't win, you have to run. Those who don't run are idiots. It's said that heroes shouldn't be judged by success or failure, but there are too many ordinary people in this world. How many people cannot judge heroes by success or failure? So, when doing things, you can forget about other things, but you must think of a way out. If this old man died back then, what's there to brag about? I would just be the same as Du Fuwei, Do Jinda, Wang Bodong, and Li Mi. But people won't remember these things. The hero in the hearts of the people will be praised to be perfect, and in the end, you won't even recognize that the person they're talking about is you. Grandmaster also has times of failure? Of course there is. There's a limit to a person's strength. I don't dare to say that I'm invincible in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, who would want to fight you one-on-one in a fight for the world? Even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, you'll still be exhausted to death. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not strong enough, why would I need to hide overseas? Fanner heard that Grandmaster once entered the Taiyuan prefecture and met the king of Qin, Li Shimin. Seeing that he was in high spirits and had an unusual appearance, he had the aura of a king, and he had the appearance of a true dragon and son of heaven. Thus, he left in a carefree manner, scattered all his wealth, and went overseas. The old man burst out laughing. "Oh my God, Bulsh asterisk T. If he, Li Heir, becomes the emperor, he will have the emperor's aura. If he doesn't become the emperor, he will just be Li Heir. Above him is Big Li, and above Big Li is Granny Li Yuan. How can Li Heir have the Emperor's aura? Ha ha, this must be made up by those shameless scholars who flatter Li Heir. The hemp-robed old man was overjoyed. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos. There are no less than 100 volunteer armies. Where are they now? It's not that I don't want to fight, it's just that I can't win against Li Yuan. The Li family was one of the 8 pillars of the kingdom during the Wei and Jin dynasties. It has been passed down from generation to generation. It has a deep foundation and great power. I'm born with a lack of talent. How can I compete with him? I gave up on fighting for hegemony because I was sensible. He retracted the fishing rod in his hand, and a fresh silver fish jumped out of the water. The old man swiftly took off the hook and threw the fish into the fish basket. He placed the bait and threw the fish into the sea again. He said, "However, it seems that although Li Heir has become an emperor, he is far less happy than I am. The people of this small Nanyang country are simple and easy. They have no worries about the country and no power to scheme. I was full of pride in the past. Now that I'm old, I've probably gotten over it. I feel that out of all the heroes of the Sui dynasty, I'm the only one who lived the happiest life in my life. Those kings who lost their lives can't compare to me, but even Li Heir can't compare to me." The hemp-robed old man glanced at the youth standing in the waves and said, "Son, you have to remember, you have to leave a way out for yourself. No matter what you do, you have to think about failure before you think about victory. People say that I, curly beard, am unstoppable. Let me tell you, martial arts is just a small path. A person who only relies on martial arts is destined to never become a great person. Even if he becomes invincible in the world, he will only be a tool in the hands of others. The real power lies here." The hemp-robed old man pointed at his head and said, "An ignorant man cannot achieve great things. Great master is wise. You brat, don't flatter me. You're just too old and cunning." Ah, whoosh. Another huge wave came crashing. Perhaps this wave had been charging for a long time. The youth's upper body swayed slightly. Yang Fan frowned and woke up from his dream. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a ray of clear light coming through the wooden door. It was almost dawn. Yang Fan sat up slowly and put on his shoes carefully. He opened the wooden door and walked out. A green mountain was in front of him. The green mountain was half hidden in the mist. The faintly discernible clouds at the waist of the mountain made everything in his vision look like a dream. This was a call in Mount Wangwu. Mount Mang was only a few dozen miles away from Luoyang. He could reach it in a day. Yang Fan left Luoyang for 5 days and only reached Mount Mang on the 3rd day. What did he do in those 2 days? Find a way out. Before thinking about victory, think about failure first. Great master's teachings had always been engraved in his mind. He first bought a horse and a pair of saddles. He disguised himself as a traveling merchant and found a villager in a hidden call in Mount Wangwu. He claimed to be a merchant who wanted to buy mountain products. He paid the deposit and said that he would stay for a few days. Then, he rushed to Mengjin. On the night of the infiltration, he tied the horse in the forest outside the camp and made all the preparations in case of failure. When Xiushinji laughed and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time," Yang Fan immediately moved. Yang Fan was as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. He withdrew, retreated, dodged, went up the house, and pounced on the wall. The whole movement was done in one breath. His reaction speed and agility were indescribable. Seeing the scene, he knew that his plan had failed. The assassination had turned into an open battle. In the enemy's camp, regardless of the outcome, he would be dead. In the words of his great master, then what's the point of fighting? It was not shameful to run. He could still regroup and make a comeback. Losing was not shameful. He could continue to work hard and turn defeat into victory. Doing it despite knowing that it was impossible was hopelessly stupid. Such an idiot deserved to die. Yang Fan did not want to become the idiot that his great master spoke of. So he decisively slipped away. His speed was so fast that even Xiushinji was shocked. Xiushinji drew his saber and gave chase. Along the way, they only exchanged 3 blows. The sharp blade cut a wound on the back of Yang Fan's waist. This was a cut that Yang Fan had purposely let go. He used this cut to buy himself an opportunity to successfully break out of the encirclement. He dashed into the forest, cut the reins, and mounted the horse. He was not good at riding a horse, playing ball, jumping, and turning. But by using the horse as a substitute for walking, it was not difficult to shake off his pursuers in a short period of time. It was just that he was dizzy from the jolting. In the process of escaping, they only exchanged 3 blows. But the process of their fight was still fresh in Yang Fan's mind. He was sure that Qiu Shinji's saber skills were godlike, even better than his. If it was his master, Zhang Hua, he could definitely defeat Qiu Shinji. Even if it was his big brother, Zhang Xiaowei, he might be able to fight evenly with Qiu Shinji. But he could not. He practiced very hard, and his foundation was very solid. But martial arts needed to be settled and accumulated. There was no shortcut to success overnight. He was not Qiu Shinji's match now. However, he could not wait a few more years to deal with Qiu Shinji. It was not realistic to wait for his martial arts to become more powerful and for Qiu Shinji to be old and weak. Qiu Shinji had the military power. Did he have to fight him alone? His only chance of success was assassination. But since Qiu Shinji, who was heavily guarded, knew of his existence, was it possible to assassinate him? Unless he had a spy by Qiu Shinji's side, who could accurately know every detail of Qiu Shinji's daily life. Even if he guarded outside the military camp for 10 years, it would be no different than 3 days. And Qiu Shinji was someone he had to kill. In the beginning, he still had some doubts about whether the person Yang Mingsheng revealed was really the murderer of the massacre of the village. But now he was sure that Qiu Shinji's formation clearly showed that he was the culprit behind the massacre of the village. The deaths of Yang Mingsheng and Kai Dongsheng had raised his vigilance. Even when he was watching the military camp on the Rogue Mountain, Qiu Shinji had already noticed the existence of such a person. He had to take revenge, but it was not easy to kill him. Yang Fan stood on the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the clouds on a mountainside and the fog on a mountaintop. He was confused. It was like the illusory clouds on the mountain. When he was young, he thought that he would never have the chance to seek justice for his parents and loved ones. Later, the figure of Zhang Bao, furiously barging into the military governor's office, opened a door in his young heart. From then on, he was infatuated, pursued, and trained hard in martial arts, hoping that he could rely on the bravery of an ordinary man to avenge his parents. But now he realized that the power of the culprit was too great. He could deal with Yang Mingsheng and Kai Dongsheng by force, but Qiu Shinji was not only better than him in martial arts, but also had the military power. He could not deal with him by force alone. There was also that Miao Shinka. From what he knew, this person was only a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. Even if he did not know martial arts, with just a strong body, he should be able to finish off this old and weak scholar. However, just because Miao Shinka's whereabouts were in the hands of a woman in the palace, he could only look on and sigh. In this world, the courage of an ordinary man could sometimes be of use even to an emperor. But most of the time, the courage of an ordinary man was useless. There was no sort of mortal or divine hero in this world that could truly transcend worldly power. Then, in the face of the enormous worldly power, could an individual's bravery withstand a blow? Maybe I should grasp power. The knife of power is far sharper than the knife of martial arts. But the road of official career is also 1,000 times more difficult than learning martial arts from a famous teacher. This morning, Yang Fan looked at the fog on a mountain and the mountain in the fog and thought about many things. Vaguely, he seemed to have caught something, but also seemed to have caught nothing. Chapter 95. The merchant who killed his wife, Wu Guangde, was sentenced to death by the Luoyang prefecture. This news quickly spread in the Xiu Wen workshop. Some people remembered that old Wu was usually a good person and couldn't help but sigh at his foolish actions. Some people said that he had fallen in love with someone else and changed his wife because he was rich. They cursed and scolded him, feeling great satisfaction. There were many different situations. That day, Wu Guangde was drunk. When he woke up, he was shocked to find his wife, Bao Yining, lying on the floor with a pool of blood on the back of her head. In shock, he went forward to check her breathing. She had been dead for a long time. He panicked and ran out the door screaming. A patrolling marquis, Wu, heard the news and came to visit. Seeing this scene, he quickly went to the streets to find the patrolling officers of the Luoyang prefecture. When the officials came to investigate the scene, they found his pouch on the floor. Madame Bao had fallen on her back, and the back of her head hit a silver ingot. She died just like that. The cause of her death must have been caused by the pouch hitting the back of her head. But why she fell was the key. How could Wu Guangda explain it clearly? He could only vaguely say that his wife slipped and fell. However, Bao Yinin's family heard the news and rushed over. They did not let it go and ran to the officials crying and making a fuss. They insisted that Wu Guangda killed his wife and fabricated the scene. Tang Zong, young Master Tang, who handled the case, did not want to meddle, but the victim's family did not want to, so they could only continue investigating. They found out that Wu Guangda had a mistress in Daliang. That young mistress was 17 years old and was as beautiful as a flower. Wu Guangda doted on her. Wu Guangda's mistress in Daliang was even more luxurious than his residence in the Xiaowen workshop. Then they found out that Wu Guangda, as a traveling merchant, felt that using tong bao and silk to trade was too troublesome. He actually used gold and silver in private to settle transactions with others. Although keeping mistresses was a common practice for merchants at that time, it involved the killing of his wife. This became a major suspect, adding to the fact that he used gold and silver in violation of the rules. He also lost face in front of Tang Zong. Tang Zong began to interrogate him strictly. Poor Wu Guangda, after returning home, slept soundly. When he woke up drunk, he did not even remember how he got home that night and what he said to his wife. How could he explain? Tang Zong saw that he did not confess, so he ordered his men to torture him. In a society ruled by man, no matter how clear the impression left on later generations was, it was impossible to act according to the law. Even the legendary Bao Qing Tian, who was said to be a god in judging cases and enforcing the law like a mountain, when he was the prefectural magistrate of Kaifeng, he had also done something like extorting confessions, resulting in a confession under torture. In reality, it was even more common for someone to be beaten to death in court. How could Wu Guangda endure such hardship? Wu Guangda could not bear the pain under the 3 trees, so he had no choice but to answer the jailer's question vaguely. This proved that he was guilty of murder. The case was reported to Zhou Xing of the Ministry of Justice, who immediately approved. Hang him. In the Tang dynasty, there were 2 ways of killing: beheading and hanging. Hanging would leave the body intact. Wu Guangda's case did not involve the politics of the court and was just an ordinary civil case. Zhou Xing, who was famous for his harsh punishments, had no interest in it at all. He was busy tormenting those officials, so he casually approved it. Actually, according to the law, a case that was sentenced to capital punishment still had to be reviewed and reported to the emperor. This was a 3-step process. However, due to the recent series of incidents, including the death of a few court officials, there was some unrest in the city. Thus, Zhou Xing decided to sentence Wu Guangda harshly and quickly. There were so many officials who were imprisoned in his prison, and many of them were beaten to death without being sentenced. Why would he care about a small merchant? It was autumn now. If Wu Guangda was not executed in time, he would have to spend another half a year in prison, waiting for his execution next autumn. Thus, the efficiency of the officials increased. After 2 days of preparation and going through all the necessary procedures, Wu Guangda was escorted out for a public execution. Executions of criminals had always been carried out in the downtown area. This was called abandoning the market. The intention was to use the execution of criminals to intimidate thieves and evildoers, so that they would not dare to harbor any evil intentions. On the day of Wu Guangda's execution, many people in the workshop who knew him ran over to watch the commotion. The time of execution in the Tang dynasty was between 1 and 5 in the afternoon. The news spread throughout the workshop on the first day. Ever since he woke up in the morning, Ma Qiao had been restless and restless. At noon, he hastily ate a few mouthfuls of rice. When he really could not eat anymore, he said to his mother, "Mother, Your son wants to go out for a walk and watch the execution." His mother jokingly scolded. "You look like you've lost your soul, so I knew you had something to do. What's so interesting about killing people? The blood stings are scary. If you want to go, then go. Come back early and don't cause trouble outside." "Ah, then your son is going," Ma Xiao replied and hurriedly left the room. The execution ground was located between Nan City and Jiashan Lane. It was an extremely bustling place. At noon, before the criminals were released from the prison officials sent food and wine to the criminals who were to be executed that day, so that they could die with a full stomach. There were a total of 7 criminals that were to be executed that day. Wu Guangda's hair was disheveled and his face dirty. He blankly sat in his cell. He really did not know how he killed his wife and how he ended up like this. After a while, the time came. One by one, the 7 criminals boarded the prison cart and were escorted to the execution ground. Outside the execution ground, there was a sea of people, bustling with activity. Ma Xiao squeezed into the crowd, also raising his head to watch. When the 7 criminals were escorted to the execution ground, the crowd was in an uproar. The Wu family members were crying loudly, but they were stopped by the officials outside the execution ground. Tang Zong, dressed in official robes, solemnly entered the execution shed and read out the verdict. 3 criminals were brought to the execution platform. These 3 were extremely evil people and were sentenced to death. Each of the criminals was given a bowl of wine. After drinking the wine, the saber was waved. 3 streaks of blood flashed, and 3 heads fell to the ground. The execution platform was covered in blood. The excitement of the crowd had reached a climax. Everyone was talking and laughing. Occasionally, there were some miserable cries from the families of the deceased. Following that, the 4 criminals who were to be hanged were also brought to the execution platform. Nooses were placed around their necks, and they were temporarily forced to kneel on the ground. Each person was given a bowl of wine. Wu Guangda held the bowl in his hand, and tears streamed down his face. Big drops of tears fell into the bowl. Wu Guangda wept and said, "Today I'm going to die. Although I didn't become a hungry ghost, I'm still a confused ghost." As he finished speaking, tears streamed down his face like rain. Wu Guangda held the bowl of wine and raised his head to gulp it down. The executioner had been executing criminals for many years and had seen all sorts of strange behaviors. He looked on coldly from the side and didn't care. Who would bother with a person who was about to die? Son, you're so confused. If you want to raise an outsider, then raise an outsider. Why do you have to be so obsessed and want to help her? You killed your wife. If you die, how do you expect me to live? My son, a sorrowful voice suddenly cried out. Ma Xiao turned his head and saw that the wailing woman was not far away from him. 2 middle-aged men were supporting her and trying to console her with tears streaming down their faces. They were probably her sons. The old woman had a head full of white hair and was pounding her chest and stamping her feet. From her crying, it was clear that she was Wu Guangda's mother. "Mother, your son is innocent. Your son is innocent." On the execution platform, Wu Guangda looked at his mother and closed his eyes tightly. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. "Start the execution." Tang Zong picked up a red stick and threw it in front of the table. He sternly ordered. Behind the 4 pillars, the ropes were pulled up. The 4 criminals couldn't help but stand up. But the ropes continued to rise. Their feet left the ground, and their bodies were suspended in the air. "Son!" The old woman cried out and fainted. The 2 men supporting her hurriedly put her down and pinched her philtrum to save her. With Wu Guangda's death today, no one would know the true cause of Bao Yinin's death. Ma Xiao could also get away scot-free. However, the scene in front of him deeply pierced his heart. The fear and hesitation in Ma Xiao's heart immediately disappeared. He suddenly separated his arms and squeezed through the crowd. He quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Don't hurt the innocent. I killed her." The surrounding commoners saw someone rushing to the front. Initially, they were very unwilling to use their backs to block. But when he shouted, they couldn't help but be shocked. Voila! The crowd split to the left and right, allowing him to rush to the front. 2 men holding swords stopped him. Ma Xiao pointed to the execution platform and shouted, let him down. I killed her. I killed her. Ma Qiao killed her. It has nothing to do with Wu Guangda. Behind the execution platform, Tang Zong suddenly stood up. His face changed, and he asked, "What did he say?" "Uncle, Auntie, I'm leaving. These days, I'm indebted to you for your hospitality. I'm very grateful." Yang Fan stood at the entrance of the mountain. He turned around and cupped his hands toward the mountain people who were sending him off. The mountain people were simple people. Everything in their house depended on the mountains. The mushrooms and vegetables they picked, the wild hares and pheasants they caught were used to entertain the guests. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it, but they received a very generous reward from him. They felt very apologetic. Today, when Yang Fan was leaving, the whole family sent him off. "Big brother, take this smoked rabbit and eat it on the way." The hostess was a village woman with a round face and a strong body. She forced a wrapped smoked rabbit into Yang Fan's hands. Yang Fan couldn't refuse and took it. He put it into his horse bag and cupped his hands towards them. He held the horse's reins and walked down the mountain. The simple and honest old farmer's lips moved a few times. In the end, he didn't say anything polite. He just smiled and waved at him. The big yellow dog on his knee barked twice. In a lush green, there was a small path about a foot wide that had been trodden out over the years. The trees on both sides were dense, and some unknown red and yellow pea-sized fruits were scattered all over the trees and shrubs. He didn't know what these fruits were. The mountains in the distance were verdant. Looking back, the mountain hut was already hidden in the verdant green. Only a corner of the eaves could be faintly seen. It gave people a sense of tranquility when they looked at it. Yang Fan let out a light breath. Whether it was the sea of the Nanyang or the mountains of Wanwu, they all gave him a sense of peace and freedom. He liked this kind of peaceful life. But in life, many times he couldn't choose the life he wanted according to his heart. This time, he still had to plunge into a reign of terror. Suddenly, Yang Fan was a little envious of his great master's free and easy life. Yang Fan didn't directly rush to Luoyang. He first rushed to a nearby town, sold his horse, and disposed of all suspicious items. Then, he rented a mule and rushed back to Luoyang. When Yang Fan returned to the show and workshop, it was just past noon. As soon as he entered the workshop, Yang Fan sensed that the atmosphere was a little strange. There weren't many people on the street, but their expressions were a little strange. Even these few people gathered together and whispered to each other, shaking their heads and sighing. Seeing this, Yang Fan suddenly became suspicious. Note, this case is based on a real case from the Tang dynasty. The difference is, in the real case, it wasn't the man who was having an affair that pushed the woman to her death. Instead, it was the woman who was so angry that she snatched the knife and killed him. Later, because her husband was wrongly convicted, she voluntarily turned herself in. Human nature is complicated. Everyone has their own moral standards. If they don't conform to your moral values in one matter, it doesn't mean that they don't have high moral values in another matter. There are many people in the marketplace who are loyal. Ma Qiao is a typical marketplace person. He's lazy, lustful, sneaky, and doesn't seek to improve himself. But he's also a person who values affection. He values family, values friendship, and has a sense of responsibility. Ordinary people couldn't compare to outstanding big shots in some aspects, but in some aspects, they weren't inferior to them, or even better. A person with flaws all over the body also has a bright spot. A person who is praised as a saint also has flaws and flaws. This is a person. This is a person. This is a person's charm. Chapter 96. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment and secretly raised his guard. Suddenly, he saw Su Fangzheng coming out of an alley with his hands behind his back and a frown on his face. Yang Fan quickly went up to greet him. "Su Fangzheng." Su Fangzheng saw him and stopped. "Oh, Xiao Fan is back." Yang Fan said, "Yes, I went out for a few days and didn't find a proper job." "Basho, did anything happen in our workshop? Why does everyone look so weird?" "Our workshop." Sigh. Su Fangzheng shook his head and sighed. "You go take a look at Ma Qiao. This child is finished this time." Yang Fan was shocked. What happened to Ma Qiao? Su Fangzheng shook his head and sighed. "The child has no mother. It's a long story. If you wait for me to finish, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see him for the last time. You better go take a look. Oh, all right. Yang Fan didn't have time to say more and ran towards the Ma residence. Su Fangzhen quickly called out to him, "Where are you going?" "He's going to be executed at Nan City's South Gate. If he's at home, what else could happen?" "Execution?" Yang Fan was even more shocked and quickly ran out, thinking as he ran, "Execution? It's only been a few days. What happened to Ma Qiao?" Su Fangzheng looked up at the sky, then shook his head and sighed, then looked down at the ground, shook his head and sighed again, stomping his feet. "No, I have to exorcise the evil." "Sigh. Erwo, go to Hongshou Monastery and get Taoist Yizhua." "Oh, Taoist Yizhua has become a monk? Go look for him in the city and see which Taoist is still around. Invite him to the workshop to perform an exorcism. Go." At the crossroads, there were more people gathered to watch the show than the last time when the 7 criminals were executed. But this time, there was only one person to be killed. His name was Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao was now a celebrity in Luoyang. Although he had committed adultery with the wife of the merchant Wu Guangde, and it was he who accidentally tripped the woman to death, the authorities did not find out anything about him. However, on the execution ground, he stood up and openly admitted his crimes, saving the innocent Wu Guangde. In the hearts of the Tang people, many people were too lazy to criticize him for having an affair, but they praised him for his righteous actions. Therefore, there were even more onlookers today. Some came to watch the show, while others wanted to see this person with their own eyes. In fact, some people who knew the inside story and were familiar with the law felt unfair for Ma Qiao. Because according to the law of the Tang Empire, except for intentional homicide, other crimes could be absolved if they were not investigated by the government and voluntarily surrendered. But for those who knew these things, who would offend the Luoyang government and Zhou Xing of the Ministry of Justice for a commoner? The Luoyang prefecture was angry that this case of almost killing an innocent person had given the Luoyang prefecture a bad reputation for not handling the case properly and had lost face. As a result, they decided to sentence Ma Qiao to death for intentional homicide. Ma Qiao, on the other hand, didn't understand the law at all. He didn't understand that there was such a big difference between writing murder in anger and pushing to death on the charge sheet. When he first turned himself in, he already had the idea that he was going to die. He also felt that although Bao Yinin was vicious, he didn't deserve to die by his hands. He also felt that he deserved to end up like this, so he didn't care about the details of the confession and actually signed it. Jiang Suning and his mother supported the horse's mother and looked at Ma Qiao on the execution platform with tears in their eyes. Tied up, Ma Qiao knelt on the execution platform with the word behead stuck on his back. All the brothers of the Ma family were here. Ma Qiao had 6 brothers from his father's generation, 3 aunts, and 6 elders who were still alive. He had even more cousins of the same generation. Today, almost all of the Ma family were here, occupying a corner of the execution ground, but they did not carry the coffin. This was because after Wu Zetian came to power, she advocated the revival of the Zhou rites. According to the Zhou rites, criminals who abandoned the city and died had to be displayed for 3 days before their families were allowed to collect their bodies. The 6 criminals who were executed a few days ago had their bodies exposed for 3 days before their families were allowed to collect their bodies. Although Ma Qiao had surrendered, they could not make an exception. The person supervising the execution today was not the Luoyang commandant, Tang Zong. Last time, Tang Zong had almost mistakenly killed Wu Guangde. This was a case that he had personally handled, so he had lost a lot of face. Of course, he would not come to make a fool of himself this time. The person supervising the execution was another official from the Luoyang prefecture, pushing official Ju Per. Ma Qiao knelt on the execution platform and looked at his mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably. He shouted, "Mother, your son is unfilial and has failed to live up to your kindness in raising me." As he said this, Ma Qiao kowtowed 3 times. Ma Qiao straightened his back, his cheeks stained with tears, and said to the brothers of the Ma family, "Brothers, Ma Qiao has passed away. From now on, I will leave Gaodang and Gaodang in your hands." As he finished, he bent down and kowtowed 3 more times. The supervisor of the execution, Dupa, frowned slightly. He stretched out his body and took out a red stick, tossing it to the front of the table. He said in a deep voice, "The time has come. Execute." A bare-chested executioner in red clothes and a red headscarf took a bowl of wine and said to Ma Xiao, "Ma, you are a real man. I admire you very much. Today, I will send you off on your journey. Please drink this bowl of wine and be happy on your way." This man's face was fierce, but his tone was surprisingly gentle. Ma Xiao looked at him and nodded. "Thank you, brother, for lending me your hand. I will drink this bowl of wine." The executioner laughed and said, "Good." He brought the bowl of wine to his mouth, and Ma Xiao started to gulp it down. Ma Xiao usually fought with people in the streets and was not afraid of death. Other than being afraid of ghosts, he had always been known as a brave horse. But today, with death at hand, he could not help but feel timid. Now that he had drunk this bowl of wine in one go, his head was slightly dizzy, but his timid feeling had lessened a lot. After drinking the bowl of wine to the last drop, Ma Xiao gasped for breath and licked a drop of wine from the corner of his lips. He looked at his mother again. Seeing that her son was about to be beheaded, Ma's mother felt a pain in her heart and fainted. "Hero, it's time to go," the executioner bellowed and raised the ghost-head blade in his hand. "Stop!" Following a loud shout, a public servant who was maintaining order fell to the ground with a cry. A bright knife light flew up to the execution platform and knocked away the executioner's knife. A figure then pounced into the execution platform and grabbed the ghost-head knife. With a flash, the figure cut off the rope binding Ma Xiao's back. "Let's go." The man, whose face was covered with a green cloth, shouted and pulled Ma Xiao away. At this time, the public servant who was maintaining order crawled up from the ground in embarrassment. He angrily pulled out the knife from his waist and shouted, "Someone is robbing the execution ground." Unexpectedly, when he tried to grab it, he only grabbed the scabbard. Only then did he realize that when he was pushed, the knife was also taken away. The masked man held the knife in his hand and pulled Ma Xiao to a corner. "Robbing the execution ground! Robbing the execution ground!" The common people who were watching from all around shouted. They were a little panicked, but also a little excited. The people at the back desperately squeezed forward, wanting to see this once-in-a-century robbing of the execution ground. The people in front were afraid that they would accidentally hurt themselves, so they desperately moved back. The execution ground immediately became a mess. There were so many brothers and sisters in the Ma family, and there was no lack of quick-witted and clever ones among them. When they saw this scene, they immediately scurried around the execution ground, desperately creating a better opportunity for Ma Xiao to escape. Robbing the execution ground was an everlasting scene in storytelling and dramas, but in reality, it would not happen even once in 100 years. Those public servants were used to doing their job. Usually, when they executed criminals, the most they would encounter was a family member crying too hard, or there were too many people watching one day, and they would rush over the wooden poles at the four corners of the execution ground. When had they ever seen robbing the execution ground? They were inexperienced and could not react for a moment. The masked man pulled Ma Xiao along, fought off the two officials, and charged into the crowd. With over 1,000 people mixed together, how could he find them? More than 20 public servants who were responsible for maintaining order in the execution ground were running around with knives in their hands. The crowd was so noisy that it was impossible to distinguish who was a criminal and who was a common person. Ma Xiao's mother slowly woke up from her coma and screamed, "My son!" Jiang Suning happily called out, "Auntie, Ma Xiao has been rescued by someone. Someone is robbing the execution ground." As Jiang Suning said this, a doubt arose in his heart. Strange, who is the rescuer? Look at the back of the masked man. Why does he look like Xiao Fan? The masked man pulled Ma Xiao and ran wildly. After shaking off the public servants, he ran into Jiashan Lane and made a few turns in the streets and alleys. Finally, he stopped in a secluded alley and turned back to look at Ma Xiao. With a hoarse voice of a middle-aged man, he said, "I'm afraid you can't go back to your home. Take advantage of the fact that the city gate is not sealed. Quickly leave the city and take refuge." Ma Xiao stared at him and said, Xiao Fan. A strange look appeared in the masked man's eyes. In a hurry, he only tore a piece of his robe to cover his face. His hair and skin were unadorned. He did look younger than the middle-aged man, but how could Ma Xiao be so sure that it was him? Ma Xiao said with certainty, "Xiao Fan, I know it's you." There was a slight hesitation in the masked man's eyes. Then he pulled off his mask and revealed his face. It was indeed Yang Fan. Yang Fan asked with a puzzled expression, "How did you recognize me?" Ma Xiao also had a strange look on his face. He said, "I didn't recognize you. I only know that it must be you. Who else would save me?" "Ha. Actually, that night at Yang Longzhong's residence, when Huang Qilin was killed, I saw it. I saw you shoot Hua Xiaoqin to death with one arrow. Then you jumped back and fell on the ground, pretending to be unconscious." Yang Fan was startled. His eyes showed a trace of warmth. He patted Ma Xiao's shoulder and said, "This is not the place to talk. I will accompany you out of the city first." The criminal was robbed at the execution ground, which was right under the feet of the emperor. It immediately caused a huge uproar in the capital. The supervisor of the execution, Su, was extremely angry. He ordered his men to report back to the yamen. He also ordered his men to inform the 9 cities to strengthen the checks on the people entering and leaving the city. He then led the rest of the officials and aggressively chased in the direction where Yang Fan disappeared. Yang Fan threw away his saber and mask. He and Ma Xiao passed through the streets and alleys. They only took small paths and hurried to the city gate. They saw a long queue of people coming in and out of the city gate. Many people were complaining. Ma Xiao's expression changed. He said, "Not good. We can't get out in time." At this time, they saw 7 or 8 officials running toward the city gate with sabers in their hands. One of them was the supervisor of the execution, Tu Pa. The supervisor of the execution, Tu Pa, angrily shouted, "Increase the security. The yamen has sent more people. We must catch the criminal. We must catch the criminal who robbed the execution ground. We can't stay here. Let's go." Yang Fan pulled Ma Xiao back into the alleys and fled in another direction. At this time, White Horse Temple's Shui Huai, he was leading a group of shameless monks. He was swaggering along the road. Suddenly, he saw many officials rushing back and forth with sabers and sticks in their hands. He couldn't help but wonder, what are these yamen dogs busy with? Chapter 97. Before Shui Huai could finish his sentence, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a round-collared, wide-sleeved robe and a scholar's scarf strolling on the street with a woman. Behind them were a manservant and a maid. Shui Huai's eyes lit up. He pointed at the middle-aged man and asked, "Look, is that Imperial Messenger Fan Bin?" A young monk looked around and said, "Master is right, it's that Fan guy." Shui Huai said, "Today I've caught him red-handed. This bastard often speaks ill of me in front of the Empress. A few days ago, I used my supreme dharma to convert an old Taoist into Buddhism, and now it's this bastard talking nonsense in front of the Empress again. Damn it, give him a good beating and help me vent my anger." "Yes, sir." The group of fake monks were all brave and ruthless scoundrels. After receiving Shui Huai's order, they rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Imperial Messenger Fan, who was accompanying his wife as they strolled the streets. Imperial Messenger Fan was walking with his wife when a few fierce-looking monks suddenly pounced on him and started beating him. Imperial Messenger Fan was just a scholar. How could he be a match for these scoundrels who fought for a living? After struggling a few times, he was beaten even more fiercely and could only hold his head and scream. The Fan family's wife panicked and pulled at them, crying, "How can you stupid monks beat people for no reason? Do you know who my husband is? He's the current imperial messenger of the court." The monks were in high spirits as they beat her, laughing and scolding. "Get lost! Who do you think you are to scare with a mere imperial messenger? I'm beating Imperial Messenger Fan. Beat him. Beat him to death." Shui Huai frowned and put his hands on his hips, standing in front of Imperial Messenger Fan, looking mighty and unconcerned about beating up a court official in public. He, Shui Huai, was born a scoundrel. Who was he afraid of? Let alone a mere imperial messenger. So what if he was the prime minister of the court? 2 months ago, when he was leading an expedition against the Western Turks, Prime Minister Li Zhaoda had been his subordinate. If the two of them had a disagreement, Feng Xiaobao would still have punched him. That Li Zhaoda was capable, had a resolute temperament, and was also the prime minister. He was an extremely powerful person, yet he still begged for mercy and fear. What's more, today's Imperial Messenger Fan Bin was more than a level lower than the current prime minister. As long as he wasn't beaten to death, it wouldn't matter even if he was beaten to the last breath. Shui Huai proudly shouted, "Hit, just hit. Mother of asterisk her. How dare you complain about me?" As Yang Fan and Ma Xiao ran, they were noticed several times by the bailiffs and bailiffs passing by. They chased after them to question them, but luckily, the two of them were nimble and managed to shake them off by turning left and right. They had just arrived at the main street. A group of monks beating up a scholar in the middle of the street attracted many onlookers. Yang Fan and Ma Xiao hurriedly walked past and glanced into the crowd. They immediately recognized the monk. Yang Fan saw him, and an idea came to his mind. He blurted out, "Brother Qiao, we have a way to escape." In the Jishou Abbey, there was a master and a disciple. The disciple said with an aggrieved expression, "Master, you refused Squire Zhang's prayer ceremony." His master closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, muttering, "Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. You've also rejected shopkeeper Yu's offer to consecrate and restore the throne. Everything is formed, born from the heavens and the earth, independent and unchanging, unobstructed, able to be the mother of the world. Scholar Hong's family's civil and official ceremony, you still refused it. Man follows the earth follows the heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. Today's Su Fangzheng of the Showan Workshop invited you to perform a ritual to expel evil and cleanse. You still refused. The rice jar in our abbey is only left with rice. What are we going to eat tomorrow? The Great Way is shapeless, born from heaven and earth. The Great Way is emotionless, running the sun and moon. The Great Way is nameless, growing and nourishing all things." The disciple was annoyed and stomped his feet. "Second uncle, say something." The old Taoist opened his eyes and said, "Disciple, the 2 sets of robes that we made last spring that are 80% new have been placed in front of the 3 pure ones. Go get them and exchange them for some rice and flour." The disciple was stunned. "Second, Master, those robes are for us to wear when we go out to perform rituals. If we exchange them for rice and flour, what are we going to do in the future?" The old Taoist sighed and said, "Disciple, Taoist Ijua of Hongshou Abbey has already been captured by Shui Huai to become a monk. How can I go out to perform rituals at this time? What if I run into Shui Huai? What do you expect me to do?" The disciple mumbled, "If you believe in Buddha, then believe in Buddha. It's fine as long as you eat your fill." "Nonsense. I've been a Taoist since I was young, and have believed in Tao my whole life. How can I abandon Tao halfway and become a Buddhist?" The old Taoist said sternly, "Go, get the robes and exchange them for some food. That Shui Huai is just doing it on a whim. He definitely won't go out on the streets to capture Taoists to become monks every day. After some time, I'll accept some rituals." "Oh," the little Taoist boy pouted and walked into the 3 Pure Ones hall. After a while, he shouted, "Master, Master, where are the robes you mentioned?" "There's none." The old Taoist had just closed his eyes and sighed when he heard this. He said unhappily, "You child, you have to hang it under your neck for you to see it." The old Taoist got up and walked out to the 3 Pure Ones hall. When he looked at the incense table, his expression changed and his lips trembled. The disciple said, "Master, look, I didn't lie, did I? There's really nothing on the incense table." The old Taoist stomped his feet and said with tears in his eyes, "These days, I really can't live. They even steal from monks. What kind of world is this?" Master, there seems to be something behind this incense burner." "Ah, it's 2 strings of coins." "Really?" The master rushed forward and saw that there were indeed 2 strings of Kaiyuan Tongbao behind the incense burner. The old Taoist put his palms together and bowed to the 3 Pure Ones Tao Masters. He said happily, "The Supreme Lord of Tai, there's always a way out. Imperial Messenger Fan was punched and kicked by Shui Huai's underlings until he fainted. Only then did Shui Huai let out a cold laugh and said proudly, "If you want to make life difficult for me, then I will make life difficult for you. Oomph. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Let's go." With that, he led a group of burly monks and swaggered away. Lady Fan threw herself on her husband's body and burst into tears. The young manservant and the young servant girl were young and ignorant, so they paced around anxiously. They didn't know that they should hurry home and call for their master to be taken to be treated. Shui Huai had just taken a few steps when two young Taoists walked towards him. They each wore a pair of on shoes and wore green Taoist robes that were 80% new. Their hair was tied up in a Taoist bun. They didn't look too old. As they walked, they begged for alms from passers-by. Shui Huai saw this and glared at them, shouting, "Stop!" The two young Taoists were suddenly stopped by a group of big monks. They couldn't help but feel a little timid. The younger Taoist boy asked timidly, "Masters, may I know why you're stopping us?" Shui Huai said, "Which Taoist temple are you from?" The little Taoist boy said timidly, "I'm Yun Fan. This is my senior brother, Yun Xiao. We are wandering Taoists. We travel the world to spread our teachings." "Bah, isn't it just begging everywhere? You make it sound nice." Shui Huai said disdainfully, "From now on, you don't need to be Taoists. You can become monks under me." Men shave their tongues and change into monk robes. No, we don't want to be monks. We are devout followers of Tao. We want to be faithful to one person and keep our chastity. The two little Taoist priests screamed and were pinned to the ground by a few big monks. Master Shui, who was dedicated to converting people to kindness, took the razor and performed another magnificent feat of converting the heretics on the street. In a short while, the black hair on the ground was fluttering in the wind and two bald heads were shining. The two little Taoist priests had been shaved bald. "Take off your Taoist robes and change into them. Quickly, change into these monk robes. You'll look even more handsome after you shave your head. Listen up, we are all disciples of the Master and belong to the Han generation. Right now, Master has 16 personal disciples. From now on, you'll be Hong's 17th. From now on, you'll be Hong 18th. But Yin Xiao is my senior brother. Why am I ranked 17th? Of course, we have to rearrange the ranking after joining Buddhism. Your Taoist ranking doesn't count. All right, follow Master." Shui Huai was filled with satisfaction as he swaggered in front. A group of disciples followed behind him, swinging their arms. The two little Taoists who had just converted to Buddhism were wrapped in the middle of them, and their faces were filled with distress. Not long after Shui Huai and the others left, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong rode a horse with a saber and a dozen officials. When he saw that it was Shui Huai who was walking towards him, he was shocked and quickly dismounted. He moved to the side of the road and led the horse to make way for Shui Huai. Shui Huai was in a good mood. Seeing that he was respectful to him, he asked with satisfaction, "You, which yamen are you from?" Tang Zong quickly said, "Master Shui, this humble official is Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong. I see that the streets are full of officials from your Luoyang prefecture running around. What happened?" Tang Zong said, "Master Shui, we were executing a criminal at the crossroads today. I didn't expect someone to break into the execution ground and rescue the murderer. This humble official is searching for them with my men." Break into the execution ground. What a character. All right, go do what you need to do." Shui Huai waved his hand, and Tang Zong retreated to the side. The dozen or so officials stood still with their sabers and bowed to send Shui Huai off. Among the monks, two young monks who had just been tonsured looked at each other. A strange smile flashed across their faces, and they swaggered past Tang Zong. After sending Shui Huai off, Tang Zong continued on his way. When Imperial Censor Fan's wife saw the officials, she quickly stopped them and cried out her grievances. When Tang Zong heard that it was Shui Huai who had hit someone, he couldn't help but look troubled. Fan's wife wept and only cared about her husband's grievances. When she reached the part where Shui Huai stopped two young Taoists to help them shave, Tang Zong's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself, "Two traveling Taoists." Chapter 98. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao entered the White Horse Temple and became two little monks. One was called Hong 17, and the other was called Hong 18. This place was really very safe. Even if Luoyang City was turned upside down, with Shui Huai, the great Bodhisattva, guarding this place, there was no need to worry about any evil spirits coming to cause trouble. Yang Fan became a monk for 3 days and found out why there were so many famous women since ancient times. As long as she was willing, there were many strong and handsome men who were willing to be her guests, but she just had to have an affair with a monk. For example, Emperor Liang Yuan's concubine Su, Emperor Qi Wu's empress, and even the current dynasty's Princess Gao Yang. This monk did not have to produce and did nothing all day long. His essence, kidney, and water were really abundant. How could a secular man compare to him? Just like in the water margin, Pan Xiaoyun scolded Yang Xiong before she died. "One night with my martial brother is better than 10 years with you." Pan, Donkey, Deng, Xiao, and Xian. Only a monk had the most leisure time. 3 meals a day were naturally provided by a good vegetarian diet. There was no need to worry about worldly affairs, and there was no need to worry about one's career. Civil and military officials, scholars, merchants, and tycoons, they had to work hard for their future. Who knew how many things they had to worry about? The common people had to work hard every day and were even more tired. How could they be compared to this monk? These monks did nothing all day long and focused on nourishing themselves. Not only were they strong, but they were also full of energy. In addition, they had no wives or daughters to support and had plenty of free time. One could imagine how energetic they were. If this monk did not abide by the rules and ate meat and wine, it would be like adding oil to the fire and it would be out of control. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao were eating meat and drinking wine at this moment. They worked hard every day to earn a little money to feed their families. Once they entered the temple, there would naturally be big benefactors who would offer them gold and silver like water. The group of monks were so rich that they could fart their pants. It was no wonder that the monks under Shui Huai always stirred up trouble. They were simply too energetic and had nowhere to vent it. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao were currently in the backyard of the White Horse Temple, eating a leg of lamb and drinking wine in a courtyard that was specially open to the monks of the temple. Yang Fan had shaved his head, but without hair, it made people more focused on his appearance and felt that he was even more handsome. His red lips and white teeth made him handsome. The old monk in the temple said that he had the elegance of Princess Gao Yang's lover, Monk Bianji. Hong Lu also said that he was indeed handsome. With such good looks, it would be a pity if he did not become a welcoming monk. With such good looks, it would be a pity. If he became a welcoming monk, it would be a living signboard in the White Horse Temple. If he could, he would be standing in the yin. Yu and Tian would be. He would be able to be Lin Jin Temple. Princess. When Yang Fan heard his rotten idea, he was shocked. When he was in Nanyang, he was harassed by women because of his handsome appearance. How could he be willing to suffer like this again? Besides, with his identity, how could he make it public in front of everyone? Yang Fan hurriedly used the excuse of being clumsy and not good with words as an excuse to evade. Eating meat and drinking wine with Yang Fan and Ma Qiao was a skinny old monk with a face full of wrinkles. Every time he took a bite of meat, he would chant, "Supreme Primogenitor Tai." Every time he drank a mouthful of wine, he would chant, "Amit Ba." In the ears of Yang Fan and Ma Qiao, it sounded like he was urging them to drink. This old monk was their 15th senior brother, the former head of the Great Head Monastery, Taoist Yizhua. Yang Fan said with a smile, "15th brother, you've eaten so much meat. Don't keep talking about the 3 pristine Taoist masters. The 3 immortals are very busy, so they didn't see you eating and drinking. But if you shout like this, they will see you." Taoist Yizhua was a little embarrassed. He blushed and said, "They force me to eat meat and drink wine every day. I can't refuse. Actually, both Buddhists and Taoists eat meat. I didn't really break the commandments." Ma Qiao was surprised. "Oh, monks and Taoists can eat meat?" Taoist Yizhua said, "Yes. Buddhists abstain from eating meat. This meat is not the meat of the common people. These are called fishy. The meat of Buddhists refers to dishes with a pungent smell, such as onions and garlic. As long as it is the meat of the three pure ones, that is, I didn't see it killed, I didn't kill it, and I didn't kill it on purpose, then it can be eaten. Monks rely on the alms of their believers. They eat whatever the believers give them. How can they be so picky? It wasn't until the time of Emperor Wu of the Liang dynasty that the emperor proposed not to eat meat. Once the emperor opened his mouth, everyone naturally agreed. From then on, monks became vegetarians. Our Taoists didn't have a clear record of this. I think it was in compliance with the emperor's decree that the rules were changed. Not far away, more than a dozen monks were playing kuju on the court. Yang Fan glanced at them and suddenly saw a monk lose control of the ball. The ball left his feet and flew towards him. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, Reverend, just eat calmly. Why are you so nervous?" "Haha, I'm going to relieve myself." Yang Fan stood up from his seat and brushed his monk's robe. He put on a pair of wooden clogs and floated away in a carefree manner. He did indeed have some of the elegance of the romantic monk Bianji. 17th brother, kick the ball over. A monk saw him walking over and didn't run over to pick up the ball. Instead, he called out to him. "Okay." Yang Fan replied and walked towards the ball. It was a kuju ball. At this time, the kuju ball wasn't inflated. Instead, it was 6 pieces of leather sewn into a ball. The middle was stuffed with soft and elastic things like hair, and some weight was added to prevent the ball from being too light and difficult to control. These monks didn't abide by the rules. They drank, ate, and fought. There was only one thing. They didn't dare to touch women. This was because Xue Huai was the male pet of the current empress. Everything he had came from the empress dowager. Although he was unscrupulous and could do anything, he didn't dare to touch women and make the empress dowager unhappy. He didn't dare to touch women, so he was extremely strict with his subordinates. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Wu Zetian if he didn't touch women. As a result, these overly energetic and extremely bored monks had nothing to do in the temple. They weren't real monks, so they didn't know how to chant scriptures and had no interest in it. Therefore, some of the popular things became their games. Kuju was a game they often played every day. Yang Fan walked to the side of the ball. He didn't bend over to pick up the ball. Instead, he used the tip of his foot to flick the ball over his shoulder. With a leading star kick, he steadily stopped the ball. Yang Fan's hands held the sleeves of his monk robe and used his feet to control the ball. He displayed his skills. The ball flew up and down, from the toes, the instep, the edge of the foot, the knee, the ankle. The ball spun in front of his feet like a meteor. It was dazzling to watch, but it never fell to the ground. Yang Fan seemed to be only playing the ball, but he was watching Xue Huai's movements from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Xue Huai had already noticed his actions, he suddenly jumped in an extremely free and easy manner. With a pa sound, the ball flew back to the field. The monks immediately shouted, "Cheers!" Xue Huai, who was lying lazily on the couch and watching his disciples play football, suddenly sat up with his eyes shining. He began to pay attention when he saw Yang Fan's action of tiptoeing the ball. When he saw Yang Fan's clean kick, Xue Huai seemed to have found a shining gold mountain. When he sat up, he saw that Yang Fan was not wearing leather boots or straw sandals. Instead, he was wearing a pair of wooden clogs with 2 thin straps hanging on his toes. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It was already extremely difficult to play such a good ball, but he was actually wearing a pair of wooden clogs with high teeth. The difficulty could be imagined. This kid actually had such good skills. Lord Zeng has picked up a treasure. Xue Huai was overjoyed. Xue Huai was an out-and-out super football fan. Old Xue was very bad at football, but that didn't stop him from loving football. Old Xue liked to play football very much. So after he became the host of the White Horse Temple, he specially asked someone to build a stadium. When he had nothing to do, he would sit at the side and watch a group of ruffian monks play football. Sometimes, he would even compete with the teams of other noble families. However, these ruffian monks were unorthodox and couldn't compete in public. In order to win the competition, they would do anything. In the end, they turned a game of football into a game of football. Those nobles didn't dare to argue with Shui Huai and could only swallow their anger. However, since then, gradually no one was willing to compete with him. Old Shui, this super football fan, could only entertain himself. Now that the end of the year was approaching, the royal family would hold competitions of sports such as football, sumo, polo, and so on during the Lantern Festival every year to celebrate the festival. Shui Huai had always wanted to participate, but he knew that his disciples didn't live up to his expectations. Usually, he could be unreasonable when he competed with others, but in the royal celebration, which team didn't have a background? Moreover, the Empress was watching, so it wasn't good to be too shameless. Therefore, this idea was just a thought. He didn't really expect himself to stand out in the royal competition. However, now that he found a super football player among his disciples, Shui Huai was overjoyed. Come. Call him over. He's my personal disciple, right? What's his name again? Shui Huai excitedly pointed at Yang Fan and shouted. At this time, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong led a large number of public officers into the White Horse Temple in a grandiose manner. Tang Zong was suspicious of the two so-called Taoist Yunyu. However, this matter involved Shui Huai, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, he first sent people to disguise themselves as pilgrims to inquire about the two people's information. Although the White Horse Temple was filled with pilgrims, it wasn't easy to see the monks in the backyard. His subordinates spent a lot of effort to get a glimpse of Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao's appearance had already been drawn and posted on the streets. Although he had shaved his head, how could the public officer not recognize him? He immediately reported it to Tang Zong. The robbery of the execution ground had caused a huge commotion in Luojing. The situation was quite serious. As the main officer in charge of criminal cases, Tang Zong was under a lot of pressure. He felt that Shui Huai was also deceived and wouldn't cover up for such a murderer. When they arrived, as long as they explained the situation, no matter how domineering Shui Huai was, he wouldn't have a reason to cover up for these two people. Therefore, once his subordinates sent back the exact news, Tang Zong didn't dare to delay and rushed over. Chapter 99. The novice monk beside Shui Huai, Zhixing, rushed to summon Yang Fan. Shui Huai touched his bald head and waited in place with a smile on his face. Zhixing rushed to block Yang Fan and brought him in front of Shui Huai. Shui Huai looked at Yang Fan up and down. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He couldn't help but laugh. Good skills. This is the first time I've seen such godly skills. You, which disciple of mine are you? Yang Fan bowed and said, Disciple 17. Good. Shui Huai circled around Yang Fan twice. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. It wasn't just because he had a superstar under him. He had a chance to show his face in the royal family's game. It was also because he really liked Kuju from the bottom of his heart. He naturally admired Kuju masters. Therefore, the more he looked at Yang Fan, the more he liked him. This disciple's kicking and bowing technique is not worthy of the Grand Hall. Abbot Master, you flatter me. T. What do you mean by unrefined? Those babbling poems and phrases had to be practiced painstakingly. Mastering them would just be a reward to others. How was this Kuju different from them? If it's useful, it's not used for food or clothing. It's useless for the country or the people. It's just something to relieve boredom when you're bored. Disciple, don't be dissatisfied. Shui Huai turned his head and looked at the novice monk. The novice monk quickly bowed and said, Humble. Shui Huai said in a rough voice, Yes, don't be dissatisfied. I want to put you in an important position. Zhixing, go, and take off our White Horse Temple's first seat's kasaya. Let 17 change into it. From today onwards, you will be our White Horse Temple's first seat. Zhixing said in shock, Abbot, if 17 Shixiang becomes our White Horse Temple's first seat, what about Master Sanshan? Shui Huai waved his hand and said, Demote him to the West Hall. All the monks will be demoted by one position. Zhixing agreed and left in a hurry. Under the abbot, there were 4 main class leaders. They were the first seat, the West Hall, the Back Hall, and the Hallmaster. It was a pity that the esteemed abbot of the White Horse Monastery, Master Sanshan, who was well-versed in the Buddhist Dharma, spent the new year with deteriorating with each passing year. First, because of Wu Zetian's decree, he was demoted from abbot to first seat. Now, because of Shui Huai's words, he was demoted from first seat to West Hall. When Yang Fan heard this, he did not reveal a joyful expression. Instead, he bowed deeply and said, "Abbot Master appreciates me so much. This disciple is extremely grateful. It's just that this disciple doesn't understand Buddhism and really doesn't dare to take on such a heavy responsibility." Shui Huai laughed. "My ass. If there's anything, just let Sanshan do it. You're only responsible for one thing, and that's playing ball. You play well on behalf of your Shifu, and teacher Shi Xiang and shimmy well. In the future, when there is a Kuju competition in the palace, I will be able to show off my power." Ha ha ha. Shui Huai put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. A hint of a smile flashed across the corner of Yang Fan's mouth, which immediately turned into a sorrowful expression. Suddenly, he prostrated on the ground and sobbed. "This disciple is truly overwhelmed by Shifu's love for me. But Shifu is so fond of me. This disciple really doesn't dare to lie to Shifu. This disciple has other secrets that I can't reveal in public. This seat of first seat, I really don't deserve it." Shui Huai glared at him and said loudly, "You're a man, so what are you crying for? Speak. Whatever difficulties you have, Shifu will help you. Come, let's talk in my meditation room." In the meditation room, Shui Huai sat on the meditation bed with a jar of wine in his left hand and a large bowl in his right. By the time Yang Fan and Ma Qiao had finished telling him what had happened, he had already drunk more than half of the wine in the jar. "Abbot, this is how it is. After all, this matter is against the country's law. This disciple is guilty and timid, so I didn't dare to say it first. However, Abbot has confided in this disciple. Even if this disciple dies, how can this disciple hide anything? Now that this disciple has said it, Abbot, think about it. This disciple has committed such a crime. How can I dare to take the seat of first seat and follow Abbot around? Now, Sai, we better turn ourselves in." Yang Fan's face was full of sincerity, and there were still faint tears in his eyes. The tears were weak and sad. Ma Qiao, who was called over by Yang Fan, was careless and did not understand what Yang Fan meant at first. He stood there with a confused face, but after being secretly stepped on by Yang Fan, he immediately changed into a helpless expression. "Ugh," Shui Huai burped and said with hazy eyes, "I thought it was a big matter, but it's just a small matter." "Yes, Abbot, then it's fine." Shui Huai waved his hand and said with a lisp, "Just do as I say. I want to see who has the guts to cause trouble for you." Just as Shui Huai said this, the reception monk rushed in and said in a panic, "Abbot, Abbot, bad news. A large number of officials from the Luoyang prefecture have surrounded our White Horse Temple. They say they want to catch some fugitive." "What?" Shui Huai was furious when he heard this. He smashed the wine jar on the ground and smashed it, spilling wine all over the ground. Shui Huai bared his chest and jumped up barefooted. He scolded, "How dare they? I'll go take a look." Shui Huai rolled up his sleeves angrily and took off his shoes. He patted his chest and said to Yang Fan, "I'm a monk. I don't know how to chant scriptures or learn Buddhism. I can't teach you anything, but I can protect you. If you cause trouble outside, I'll take care of it for you. Chant whatever scriptures, worship whatever Buddha. I'll be your Buddha. Don't worry." Yang Fan gave Ma Qiao a look and bowed together. "Thank you, Abbot." Shui Huai laughed out loud. He flicked his sleeves and walked out in large strides. Tang Zong first surrounded the White Horse Temple's backyard with his men and stopped the two fugitives from escaping. He then asked the reception monk to report to Shui Huai. He wanted to go in and explain the situation to Shui Huai before leaving with the fugitives. He was waiting at the door of the monastery in the backyard when he suddenly saw a burly monk with a bare chest rushing out as if he was flying, followed by the reception monk and a group of disciples. He took a closer look and saw that it was Shui Huai. He quickly tidied up his clothes, and, just as he bowed, Shui Huai grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Shui Huai, he glared at him and shouted, "You have the guts to surround my White Horse Temple. Tang Zong hurriedly said, Master Shui, please calm down. Master Shui, please listen to my explanation. This matter, bah. Shui Huai spat all over Tang Zong's face and roared furiously. Take your men and get the hell out of my sight. You're not fit to talk to me. Call Luoyang Prefecture's Yin Lu Jia to see me. After Shui Huai finished speaking, he pushed Tang Zong fiercely and shouted, Men, beat them out. A group of disciples under Shui Huai carried whistles and rushed forward. The patrolmen had knives on their waists, so they didn't dare to fight with these monks. Shui Huai was looking at them angrily. Tang Zong couldn't dodge in time and was hit twice. He was furious, but unless he didn't want to live anymore, he wouldn't dare to pull out his saber and resist. He could only suppress his anger and retreat. After a few steps, his face was ashen. He didn't expect Shui Huai to be so domineering. Beat them up. Beat them all out. Shui Huai stood on the steps and laughed as he scolded. You've really got guts. Whoever dares to treat my White Horse Temple as his back garden, I will bury him in this back garden. Bah! A bunch of government dogs. Tang Zong fled back to the yamen in embarrassment. Before he had time to complain to Luoyang Prefecture's Yin Lu Jia, the name card of the abbot of White Horse Temple, general of the left guard, and Duke of Liang Shui Huai was sent to Luoyang Prefecture. Luoyang Prefecture's Yin Lu Jia immediately dropped all the work on his desk and rushed to White Horse Temple to pay a visit to Shui Huai. In less than half an hour, Luoyang Prefecture's Yin Lu, who was scolded by Shui Huai, left the White Horse Temple in a hurry. After returning to the yamen, he immediately called Tang Zong and ordered him to immediately remove the pictures posted in the 9 cities, recover the arrest warrants issued to the counties, give up the investigation of Ma Qiao and the mysterious person in the secret tribulation execution ground, and remove all the records. Tang Zong said in shock, Prefectural Magistrate, you are just going to let such a terrible case go like this? Lu Jia said with a dark expression, This is my order. Just do as I say. Why ask so many questions? Tang Zong said urgently, Darren, robbing the execution ground is something that happens once in 100 years, and we actually encountered it. There are too many people in court who have heard of this. If we stop here, then we... Lu Jia smiled coldly and said, So what? Who will care about this matter? Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Justice, who can't even take care of himself? Or the cunning assistant Minister Zhou? Just do as I say. If there is any delay, this official will hold you responsible. Tang Zong suppressed the anger in his heart, angrily responded, and turned to leave. Lu Jia called him back and said harshly, Young Prefectural Magistrate Tang, this case must be dismissed, and it must be completely dismissed. If you're dissatisfied and do something in secret, this official cannot care, but that person from White Horse Temple is someone who does not forgive when he is in the right and will stir up trouble when he is unreasonable. You better think twice before you act. Tang Zong had lost face in this case and was dissatisfied. He had originally wanted to use his authority to pretend to obey, but secretly investigate. Hearing Lu Jia's orders, his heart trembled with fear. He agreed again, and the dissatisfaction in his chest had lessened slightly. Tang Zong left. Following Prefectural Magistrate Lu's orders, he sent people to take down the wanted posters that had been put up all over the city and erase the records in the prefectural government's archives. He also ordered people to immediately retrieve the wanted posters that had been sent to the various counties. Then he sent a few litigators to Wu Guangda's home and Bao Yinin's paternal home. Wu Guangda had almost lost his life and had only escaped because Ma Qiao had turned himself in. He couldn't hate Ma Qiao anymore. He also knew that the cause of the matter was that his wife was a snake and scorpion. Not only did she have an affair, she also wanted to kill him. It was her lover who spoke up for him. Other than a false alarm, he had just gotten rid of a snake and scorpion woman for him. He wouldn't pursue the matter. The Bao family's reputation was ruined because of Ma Qiao turning himself in, and the truth was revealed. They were ashamed, and when the litigators and slippery old officials explained the matter, they didn't have any thoughts of pursuing the matter. No one brought up this shocking case again, as though it had never happened. Chapter 100. The pagoda forest in the backyard of White Horse Temple was quiet. Ma Xiao excitedly said to Yang Fan. Xiao Fan, you are really amazing. You actually thought of using Monk Shue's power to help me get out of trouble. Hey, the Luoyang government actually closed the case. Now we are safe. Could it be that you already had this idea when you stole the Taoist robe to sneak into White Horse Temple? Yang Fan laughed. How is that possible? I'm not a living god. How can I think so far ahead? Most of the time, I took the first step and suddenly saw the light. Only then did I realize that I could take one more step. At that time, I just wanted to get out of trouble. I remembered that Monk Shui likes to enlighten Taoist priests. Yang Fan leaned against the base of the stupa and sat down. He said, after arriving at the temple, I found out that the abbot is especially fond of kuju. I also heard that the palace holds a football match every year. Thinking that our abbot has always been competitive, I thought that maybe I can show off my kuju skills and get his attention. Ma Qiao also sat down next to him. Listening to him, Yang Fan said, this abbot is someone that even the current empress of Heaven's Wu family's nephews have to be respectful to. They don't dare to offend him. Your case is considered earth-shattering among the common people. But in the imperial court, which big shot would pay attention to it? With this great monk's help, we can definitely get out of danger. Sure enough, Yang Fan said this and smiled slightly. Ever since he arrived at White Horse Temple, what he thought was not only to use Shui Huai's power to exonerate Ma Qiao, but also to find out the whereabouts of his enemy. At first, his first target was Miao Shenke. But after asking around, he found out that Miao Shenke had mysteriously disappeared. Only the Shangguan Wanderer in the palace knew his whereabouts. So he settled for the next best thing and started with Qiu Shenji. After failing to assassinate Qiu Shenji, he thought that he would have to lie low for a period of time before looking for another opportunity. Who knew that there would be light at the end of the tunnel? There would be another opportunity to find the whereabouts of Miao Shenke. Perhaps if he urged Shui Huai to bring him into the palace for the competition, he would have a chance to see the Shangguan Wanderer. Although it would be difficult to come into contact with the emperor's favorite in the palace, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Of course, he couldn't tell Ma Qiao about this plan. Ma Qiao was touched and said, Xiao Fan, if you hadn't rushed into the execution ground to save me, I would have been executed. Now, thanks to you, I could only be a fugitive hiding in the shadows for the rest of my life. This great kindness Yang Fan interrupted him and said, if I don't treat you as a brother, I won't do this for you. Since I treat you as my brother, why do I have to say such unorthodox words? That day at the residence of Yang Longzhong, weren't you the same? You clearly saw my actions, but still tried your best to cover it up for me? Ma Qiao said, the difficulty of these two matters can't be compared. Speaking of this matter, I feel even more uneasy. You are hiding in the Xiuwen workshop because you have a blood feud. If your identity is exposed because of saving me, it will delay your important matter. Yang Fan said solemnly, Brother Qiao, don't say such things again. Of course, I won't forget the feud. However, even if I know it will be exposed, I will still save you. Even if I can't take revenge for the rest of my life, I will still save you. If I were to give up my friends and family just to avenge the dead, how stupid would that be? If I can only choose between avenging the dead and finding a way to survive for the living, then I will not hesitate to give up revenge and protect my friends and family. He raised his head and looked towards the distant south, lamenting, revenge is my responsibility, but I shouldn't turn myself into a cold-blooded tool because of hatred. This is what my Grand Shifu said. He was an amazing hero. When I was young, my biggest regret was that he didn't personally teach me martial arts. At that time, I was practicing by the seaside and he was fishing by the seaside. The things he told me the most were the principles of being a person. But at that time, the reason why I was willing to talk so much with him and listen to him was because I wanted to make him happy. Maybe he would be willing to personally teach me martial arts. Unfortunately, he only chatted with me and said things that I didn't really like to listen to. When I gradually grew up, I realized that the things he taught me were far more useful than just a few punches and kicks. It was him who prevented me from becoming a cynical person who doesn't recognize family or friends, someone who will stop at nothing for revenge. Ma Qiao couldn't help following his gaze to the south and said respectfully, "That old man lives in the southern sea?" Yang Fan nodded, then shook his head and said, "In the past, he lived in the southern sea, but now." Yang Fan raised his head and looked at the floating clouds in the southern sky. He said softly, "He lives in the sky." Early the next morning, Yang Fan and Ma Qiao returned to the Xiaowen workshop. This time, their return was different. There were 8 monks accompanying Yang Fan, each of them tall and sturdy, holding a staff. Shui Huai wasn't worried that someone would dare to cause trouble for Yang Fan. He was purely here to support the star player in his heart. As the saying goes, returning home with glory. Shui Huai was originally a medicine seller in the marketplace. Although he had climbed up to Wu Zetian, made friends with many influential people, and seen some of the world, his roots hadn't changed. Yang Fan had now become the headmaster of White Horse Temple. Yang Fan wore 5 undergarments, 7 undergarments, and an overcoat, which was a Buddhist robe, on top of the 7 undergarments. Monks' overgarments were divided into 3 grades, and each grade was divided into 3 types. Yang Fan was the headmaster of White Horse Temple, so he wore a high-grade Buddhist robe with 25 undergarments and 127 stripes. On the outside, he wore a scarlet kasaya made of peacock feathers and silk, with golden hooks and jade rings. He looked dignified and awe-inspiring. Ma Qiao accompanied him by his side, but he only wore an ordinary ash-blue Buddhist robe. Ma Qiao was worried that his mother would get sick from worrying about him, so he was eager to return home. Yang Fan knew his mood, so he hurried and walked very fast. As Yang Fan and Ma Qiao walked forward, an ox cart slowly approached them. The street was very wide, and the ox cart was tightly covered, so the two didn't pay attention to the ox cart. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, this ox cart was the favorite carriage of the aristocratic families. Unless they were going on a long journey or in a hurry, they would always take the ox cart. This was because the ox cart was slow and stable, and the carriage was spacious and tall, so people could sit or sleep at will. It was more suitable for the children of aristocratic families who lived like princes and wandered around. This custom was still popular among aristocratic families, and it would only gradually disappear when the Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties ended and the Song dynasty rose. The ox cart coming toward them was an oil cart. It was rectangular, and there was a shed on the top. The door opened at the back, and the curtain hung down. The front and sides of the shed had lattice windows, an arched roof, and a long eave at the front and back. The carriage was draped with curtains. It was embroidered with plum blossom patterns, and the 4 sides were decorated with silk tassels. It was extremely gorgeous. The driver walked leisurely and leisurely. A young master dressed in white in his 30s was sitting upright in the carriage, pretending to sleep. Beside him was the pretty maidservant Tin Ano dressed in green. She lifted the curtain and looked at the scene on the street. She knew that they had arrived at the Showan workshop. As she looked at the scenery on the street, she couldn't help but think of Yang Fan. She wondered how that fellow was doing now. In order to help his friend out of trouble, he had squandered all the gold, jewels, and jade she had given him. Presumably, he still hadn't found a wife to his liking, right? She thought of the days she spent with Yang Fan. She thought of this handsome young man who was a little evil, but had the heart of a thief, but didn't have the guts. In fact, he didn't commit any evil deeds, and he was especially enthusiastic and loyal to his family and friends. Tin Ano couldn't help but smile gently. But this smile immediately froze at the corner of her mouth, because she saw a monk dressed in red walking towards her. This monk was wearing a big red kasaya embroidered with 8 auspicious lotus flowers. The kasaya was covered with dharma conches, dharma wheels, precious umbrellas, white lids, lotus flowers, vases, goldfish, and long plates. The kasaya was decorated with rui hooks and a jade bracelet. The monk held a string of sandalwood prayer beads in his hand. He was accompanied by a gray-robed disciple, and behind him, 8 monks followed closely. With such extravagance, he should have been an old and virtuous eminent monk. But when she looked at his appearance, with his shiny bald head, elegant eyebrows, straight nose bridge, and clear lips, he was as delicate as a girl, it was enough to shock her. Looking carefully, this monk turned out to be the somewhat ruffian, very loyal, seemingly scoundrelly, but innocent shopkeeper, Yang Fan, whom she had just thought of. Ah! Tin Ano's delicate body shook, and she couldn't help but exclaim. The man in white, who closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, opened his eyes and glanced at her. Tin Ano quickly put down the curtain, and the man in white said, "Anu, your temperament recently is not as calm as before." "Yes, Tin Ano answered, but she wanted to say something but stopped. The man in white's eyes flashed slightly, and he asked, "What's wrong?" Tin Ano slightly bowed her head and said, "I saw him again." "Him?" The man in white was a little confused, but Tin Ano's life was very simple, and the number of outsiders she knew was really limited. The man only thought for a moment, and then he suddenly said, "The person who saved you? Why are you making a fuss when you see him?" Tin Ano slightly revealed a wry smile and said, "Is now dressed as a monk." "Oh, I wouldn't be surprised even if he was a little monk, but I haven't seen him for a few days, and not only did he become a monk, but also his position in the temple is really not low. Other monks may not be able to reach his position even if they study for a lifetime. It's not that I want to make a fuss, but he really can't help but feel strange." The man in white, who had always been as steady as Mount Tai, couldn't help but be curious. It was really harder to be promoted as a monk than to be promoted in the officialdom. A boy who was still a shopkeeper 2 days ago suddenly became a monk, and he could even make Anu be moved, so his position must be really not low. The man in white also couldn't help but lift the curtain to look outside, and then he was a little stunned. "Master? Find out what's going on with him." "Yes." Tin Ano was very surprised that a man who had always been focused and arrogant would be interested in Yang Fan. However, Tin Ano was sincerely happy to have a chance to get close to him, or to know some news about him, so she naturally ignored this strange feeling. Chapter 101. In just a few days, the 2 workers of the Cultivation Study Workshop had transformed into the famous head of the White Horse Temple and a deacon monk. This matter alone was enough to cause a sensation in the Cultivation Study Workshop. Moreover, one of them had just been executed 2 days ago, which made this matter even more legendary. When they first stepped into the Cultivation Study Workshop, both of them were a little nervous. Ma Qiao's worries went without saying. Yang Fan wasn't afraid that the officials would suddenly rush out and lock them up, but he was worried that the perpetrator would come to their door and it wouldn't be easy to face him. However, although the ordinary people who had nothing to do with this matter had strange expressions, most of the people who were familiar with them still took the initiative to greet them. Even though the traveling merchant, Wu Guangda, lived in the workshop, he didn't come out to cause trouble. After greeting the neighbors who were usually close friends, the 2 of them rushed back to Ma Qiao's house. When the mother and son saw each other, they hugged each other and cried bitterly. After a while, Pasta and his mother also heard the news and rushed over. Pasta's mother comforted the horse's mother, saying, "Sister, your son is safe and sound. Why are you still crying? You should be happy." The horse's mother wiped her tears and gave Ma Qiao a slap on the face and scolded, "You little beast, you didn't listen to your mother's teachings and didn't learn good things. You hooked up with others, ruined the family's reputation, and even caused a death. If it wasn't for the righteous people who saved you, you would have already lost your life. Now, even though you are still alive, you have escaped into seclusion. You are the only son of your father. Ending the Ma family's lineage is a great unfilial act. You disobedient and unfilial son, I really want to beat you to death." After he finished speaking, he turned around and picked up a broom. Pasta's mother hurriedly stepped forward to stop him and tried to calm him down. Ma Qiao knelt on the ground and didn't dare to speak. Yang Fan stepped forward and said, "Auntie, don't worry. The 2 of us entered the White Horse Temple to avoid the trouble. The current abbot of the White Horse Temple is Shui Huai. I'm sure that Annie has heard of this monk. It doesn't matter. After some time passes, if Brother Qiao wants to return to secular life, he can do so. It's just a matter of a few words." The horse's mother felt a little relieved after hearing this. She looked at Yang Fan and asked curiously, "Xiao Fan, how did you enter the White Horse Temple with him?" Yang Fan said, That day I had just returned to the workshop when I heard something had happened to Brother Chiao, so I rushed to Nan City. When I got there, I happened to see Brother Chiao being rescued by a masked hero. Relying on my nimble legs, I chased after them. After that righteous man rescued Chiao Gur, he swaggered off. I hid with Chiao Gur. Because the officials were hot on our trail, we stole 2 sets of robes from the Taoist temple. Who would have thought? The horse's mother sighed. I'm such an unfilial son. I even implicated you. Yang Fan said, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Annie, you also saw that the 8 monks outside only listened to my orders. Ha! Xiao Fan is very powerful now. Auntie, tell Brother Chiao to get up. He was confused for a moment, but now he knows his mistake. Pasta's mother also said, that's right. Sister, don't be angry. I've also seen that Bao Nyangzi. She's a very flirtatious woman. How could a hot-blooded youth like Xiao Gu resist her seduction? Speaking of which, Xiao Gu only did this one wrong thing. As soon as he realized that Bao Nyangzi was vicious, he made up his mind. After killing someone by mistake, he refused to let others die in his place. He took the initiative to turn himself in. He can be considered a responsible and loyal man. Pasta's mother and Yang Fan tried to persuade him for a while. Finally, the horse's mother angrily said to Ma Xiao, all right, get up. If not for your auntie stopping me, and if not for Xiao Fan speaking up for you, I wouldn't have let you off today. Finished speaking, the horse's mother pulled Yang Fan's hand and said, Xiao Fan, it's all thanks to you. If not for your vigilance, this old woman's stupid son would have been caught by the authorities. Now that the authorities have removed his criminal record, it's all thanks to you. Now that Xiao Gu has implicated you to become a monk, Auntie is really sorry. Auntie is too polite, Yang Fan said. Nephew and Xiao Gu are like brothers. When he is in danger, how can nephew stand by and do nothing? I believe that if something happens to me, Xiao Gu will have the same thought. The horse's mother turned to Ma Xiao, made a face, and shouted, come here. Ma Xiao obediently walked to his mother's side. The horse's mother pointed at his forehead and said, from now on, you are not allowed to stir up trouble, especially this woman. You're not allowed to flirt with other women and cause any more scandals. Otherwise, if mother hears about it, I will immediately hang myself to find your father, so that I don't have to worry about you and lose face in front of the neighbors. These words were very heavy. Ma Xiao's countenance changed. He quickly knelt down and said, Mother, your son is unfilial. I won't dare to make mother angry again. Mother, don't be angry. Your son will remember mother's instructions. From now on, your son will never do it again. The horse's mother's countenance became a bit gentle. She said to his ear, Xiao Fan has always been on good terms with you. Her character is also excellent. She is also your savior. You must remember this kindness in your heart. We, the Ma family, value friendship and righteousness. We know how to repay kindness. Don't forget mother's teachings. Ma Xiao kowtowed heavily and said, Mother, don't worry. Your son will remember everything. On the side, Jiang Suning looked at Yang Fan. With a curious expression, he said, Xiao Fan, the person who saved Xiao that day was really an unknown righteous person. Wasn't it you? I saw that person's back. It was very similar to you. As soon as she asked this question, the horse's mother and Pasta's mother both looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan was slightly startled. He laughed and said, Ning Jiejia, you really know how to joke. Xiao Fan does have the strength of her arms. She can also use ordinary martial arts. But I don't have that kind of ability to save people from so many men's knives. The person who saved people was indeed someone else. Ma Xiao also knew that Yang Fan's real identity couldn't be exposed. He also helped and said, yes, the person who saved me was indeed a masked righteous person. When he saw Xiao Fan chasing after me, he thought that I was a bailiff. If I didn't stop him, I'm afraid that Xiao Fan would have been stabbed by him. The horse's mother and Pasta's mother were very familiar with Yang Fan. They didn't believe that this little brother who always followed Ma Xiao around had a deep and good martial arts. After hearing this, they didn't doubt it at all. They only thought that it was because Ma Xiao didn't want to implicate the innocent and voluntarily surrendered. This moved the Jianghu ranger to help him. Ma Qiao and his mother were reunited. Next, he would be a monk in the White Horse Temple for a period of time. He couldn't return to the square to take care of his mother. In addition, these days, the horse's mother had been worried about her son day and night. Now that the mother and son were reunited, there must be a lot of things to talk about. So after sitting for a while, Pasta's mother took her daughter and left. Yang Fan also got up and said that he wanted to go back to his house to see if there was anything that needed to be taken away. He would come back at lunchtime. Yang Fan returned to his own small courtyard. He opened the door and went in. Looking at the house that he had lived in for half a year, he sighed softly. Ever since the Tian AI Nu left, his room quickly returned to the style of a bachelor. The quilt was twisted on the bed like a fried dough twist, and it was not folded at all. The used ladle was still half filled with water, and it was placed on the table. There were also a few pieces of chicken bones that he had casually eaten in the corner of the room. The only exception was the floor, which still retained the original color of the wood that the Tian AI Nu had scrubbed. Yang Fan sat on the floor and hugged his knees. He quietly looked at everything that seemed familiar, but also somewhat strange. He thought about his future. Shui Huai's identity was very special. He was the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. He was truly second only to the emperor and above tens of thousands of people. There were very few people who dared to offend him. Even the two nephews of Empress Wu, Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi, did not dare to offend him. If he could become Shui Huai's confidant, it would not be difficult for him to enter the imperial palace. This would undoubtedly be very beneficial for his next actions. He already planned to work hard as a monk, which had a very promising career for a while. However, he did not know whether the matter of him saving someone at the execution ground would spread, or whether someone would connect it to him and guess more things. Ma Mu and Pasta's mother were easy to fool, but that did not mean that other people would be so easily fooled. If people were to associate this with a murder at Yang Longzhong's residence, even with Shui Huai as his protector, this matter was a little too serious. In particular, if his enemies were to lock onto his identity or become suspicious of him, then his advantage of hiding in the shadows would disappear. Yang Fan was quietly thinking about these problems when he suddenly heard a slight sound coming from the courtyard. Yang Fan's heart trembled, and he jumped up. He had originally been sitting cross-legged on the floor with his elbows on his knees and his hands on his cheeks, quietly thinking. This movement was as fast as a rabbit, and with one stride, he had already flashed to the side of the door. Pa! 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 3 slow claps actually sounded from behind him. Yang Fan suddenly turned around and saw that the back door had silently opened. Tineno was standing there, clapping her hands. She said with a smile that was not a smile, 6 senses and agile movements. What a good worker. Yang Fan, you made me suffer. Yang Fan was slightly surprised, and then said happily, Anu, why are you back? Tin Ano snorted and said with a straight face, don't interrupt. Just now I asked about your situation in the street, and had some doubts in my heart. Now that I've tested it, the so-called righteous person who robbed the execution ground is probably you, right? Little worker, what a good little worker. You actually lied to me. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh and said, look at your bitter face. I didn't lie to you about your body, nor did I lie to you about your heart. I just didn't tell you that I know martial arts. Why do you have to look like this? Tin Ano blushed, wrinkled her nose, and said, you're saying dirty things again. Can't you be more serious? Yang Fan spread out his hands and said, I want to be serious, but I'm afraid that you'll be even more unhappy. You'll think that I have eyes but can't see. Looking at a peerless beauty in front of me, I'm actually not moved at all. I'm just like a piece of wood. Tin Ano snorted. She didn't know whether to be happy or to refute his disguised praise. She could only change the topic and said, you have such great skills. Why do you condescend to be a worker here and secretly be a little thief who steals chickens and dogs? Yang Fan said, martial arts is just a small path. Otherwise, what else can I do? Don't tell me I'm going to apply for a job in a rich family and become a guard martial arts master. Chapter 102. Later wuxia novels were rampant, giving people a misconception that martial arts masters were omnipotent, that they could stand above all the power in the world. High officials, nobles, dukes, marquises, princes, and even the emperor, when they saw martial arts masters, they would be very respectful, as if they were deities. But in fact, martial arts was not something that could be discussed on the stage. Even in the Tang dynasty, where civil and military were equally valued, what was important was the ability to fight on the battlefield, the ability to command thousands of troops and horses. That was the ability to command thousands of troops, not the bravery of an ordinary person. People could practice martial arts to strengthen their body, but they would not place it on a very high pedestal. In the later Tang dynasty swordsman novels, people like Kong Kong, the Red Thread Girl, and Nian Yang were described as having reached the pinnacle of martial arts, reaching the legendary realm of swordsmen. But their status was still that of a great general, a military governor, or a loyal soldier under the command of a powerful and influential family, or a lackey. Having an outstanding martial arts skill, from ancient times to the present, was not an effective way to advance one's position. However, no matter what kind of skill it was, as long as one had a skill, one would not decline so much that he had to lower himself to be a small workshop attendant. Tin Ano knew he must have some ulterior motive, but she could not tell him her family's secret, and naturally it was not convenient to ask him about other people's secret. Yang Fan went forward to greet him. He said with a smile, "Why did you come back? Is it because you can't leave me in your heart? Do you know that when you left that day, there was a rumor in the streets that my Yang Fan's little wife eloped with someone else? During that time, everybody was talking about me. My situation was unspeakably miserable." The Tian AI knew blushed and said, "I was the one who spread the news. I didn't want anyone to suspect that I was hiding a criminal because I came and went so mysteriously. That way, you wouldn't be implicated by me. You are a big man. What is there to be afraid of? It is your own reputation that will be ruined." Yang Fan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Anu Gaoi, please accept Yang Fan's bow. Come, let's sit down and talk." Yang Fan threw away the twisted quilt and gestured to Tin Ano, asking her to sit down. Tin Ano did not sit down on the crumpled bed sheets. Instead, he tilted his head to look at Yang Fan's bald head and asked curiously, "How did you become a monk?" "A monk?" Yang Fan looked at himself. Only then did he realize his identity as a monk. He hurriedly put his palms together and said to Tin Ano solemnly, "As long as Anu agrees to marry me, I will immediately return to secular life." Tin Ano giggled, then straightened his face and said, "If you don't speak properly, I'm leaving." Yang Fan forcibly pulled her to sit down on the couch and said, "Forget it, don't pretend. We are already husband and wife, who doesn't know each other. If I don't satisfy your curiosity, it would be strange if you were willing to leave. Sit down, I will tell you." Tin Ano had a helpless look on her face. In the past, no one dared to smile at her cheekily and glib-tongued. But now, this Yang Fan, turned out it was because he pretended to be stupid. That was fine. Now that she knew that he was not a crazy bachelor who wanted to get a wife, he was still glib-tongued and took advantage of others. Tin Ano pretended not to hear the first half of his crazy words and asked, "Speak." Yang Fan didn't know what Tin Ano did, but Yang Fan knew that her position must be standing on the opposite side of the government. Moreover, even the government was clear about his experience of becoming a monk, so there was no need to hide it from her. Therefore, Yang Fan told Tin Ano the reason why he became the head monk of White Horse Temple. Tin Ano was stunned after listening. After a long time, she exclaimed, "This is really unimaginable. You can only have such a strange situation if you met this monk who is the most unlike a monk in the world." Yang Fan suddenly thought of something and suddenly said, "That's right. I have a difficult matter. I want to find someone to help, but I don't have a suitable candidate. You came at the right time. Seeing you, I realize that there is really no one more suitable than you to do this matter." Tin Ano looked at him vigilantly and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Mother, you should go back. White Horse Temple is not far. I will come back to see you when I have time. Auntie, Xiao Ning, fellow villagers, you should all go back." It was almost dusk. If they didn't leave now, they would be in time for the curfew. They wouldn't be able to return to White Horse Temple in time. At this time, the number of people on the street was getting fewer and fewer. Yang Fan and Ma Xiao said goodbye to Ma's mother and Zhang's mother. Before they left, the friendly neighbors all came to see them off. After a whole day, everyone gradually adapted to this matter. Regarding the matter of Ma Xiao being a murderer, everyone's reaction was no longer so intense. After all, even the government officials pretended to be deaf and mute. Why would they care about this? Just as Yang Fan and Ma Xiao were about to leave, a masked man suddenly appeared on top of the gate. He was looking at them from high above with his hands clasped behind his back. This person was wearing a yellow round-neck shirt, a silk scarf on his head, and a red sandalwood hairpin on it. He did not wear a headscarf, and his face was covered with a pure white silk handkerchief. The people who were seeing Yang Fan and Ma Xiao off immediately cried out in alarm. Yang Fan and Ma Xiao had their backs to the gate. For a moment, they did not know what was going on. When they turned around to look, they could not help but be surprised and happy. The two hurriedly took 3 steps forward, turned over, and kowtowed. Ma Xiao was pleasantly surprised and called out, "Is this benefactor?" The man on top of the gate laughed out loud and said in a clear voice, "That day, I passed by Nan's city and saw that you were a man. After drinking some wine, I conveniently rescued you, but I did not see you out of the city. After I sobered up, I felt quite uneasy. I came here today to inquire about your whereabouts. Since you are safe and sound, I am relieved." Yang Fan loudly said, "Hero, that day on the execution ground, you were chivalrous enough to save my family's brother. I am very grateful. To be able to see Hero again today, my heart is very happy. The two of us are willing to prepare water and wine to thank Benefactor. I ask Benefactor to let the two of us fulfill our wish." Horse's mother was also surprised and said, "Is the wanderer on top of the gate the hero who saved my son?" "Aya, many thanks, Hero." Horse's mother quickly went forward and kowtowed to express her thanks. The hero on top of the gate seemed to be unwilling to accept the old woman's kowtow. He slightly moved to the side and avoided the bow. He said, "It is good that you are all safe. I roam the world unhindered. I am free to repay kindness and enmity. I stretched out my hand to save you just to fulfill my wish. There is no need to thank me. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, the man shook his shoulder and flew away like a big bird. By the time the people rushed out of the gate, the man's figure had already disappeared. The people in the square saw that this extraordinary man was like a dragon whose head and tail could not be seen. In an instant, he had disappeared. They couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. There was another round of discussion. It was likely that before tomorrow morning, countless new versions of the Wanderer's stories would be published. Yang Fan's action was a remedy for the fact that he had saved Ma Xiao at the execution ground. It was easy for people to connect the dots and make him a suspect. He didn't know where Miao Shinka was now, but he knew that Qiu Shinji was in Mengjin. The last time he rushed to Mengjin, Qiu Shinji was already prepared. It was obvious that the deaths of Yang Mingsheng and Kai Dongsheng had raised his vigilance. Although Qiu Shinji's martial arts were very high and he was in the army camp, he might not take an assassin like him seriously. However, Qiu Shinji must have some understanding of everything that had happened in Yang Mingsheng's residence. Of course, Qiu Shinji could send people to find out what had happened in Yang Mingsheng's residence, but he couldn't send people to stay in the show and workshop to care about what would happen next. He might not know that Ma Xiao had been saved at the execution ground. Even if he knew that there had been a robbery at the execution ground in the city, it might not be related to what had happened in Yang Mingsheng's residence. He might not even know that he had once been on duty in Yang Mingsheng's residence. Even so, it was still a hidden danger. It would be foolproof to let this righteous man stand out clearly and let everyone know that such a person existed. Tin Ano relied on her extraordinary speed to flash past a few streets and alleys. She came to a place where there was no one. She took off her silk scarf and sighed. "AI, ever since I got to know this little thief, I've been getting worse and worse. Now I even want to be a swindler." Tin Ano shook her head and went to the princess's residence to see her master. When Tin Ano saw the master in white, she told him about the cause and effect of Yang Fan becoming a monk. The master in white asked curiously, "This person has martial arts?" Tin Ano said, "Yes. I was curious and specially tested him. This person really does have martial arts." "Oh." The master in white stroked the strings of the zither and pondered for a while. He then asked, "How is he compared to you?" Tin Ano shook her head and said, "I only tested that he knows martial arts. I have never seen him fight, let alone compete with him. I really don't know the depth of this person's martial arts." The master in white nodded and no longer cared about this matter. The young master in white came from a famous family with great power and wealth. As the saying goes, the poor study, the rich learn martial arts. If he was willing to put his heart and soul into practicing martial arts, he would be able to find a famous teacher, or he would be able to find all kinds of precious medicinal herbs that he needed to nourish his body and strengthen his muscles and bones. But for a master like him, he only needed to say one word, and someone 10 times better than him would want him to die at midnight. There was no need for him to suffer that kind of hardship. Therefore, although he practiced martial arts since he was young, he only wanted to strengthen his body. His current martial arts was not even 1/10 of Tin Ano's. He was not good at martial arts and did not care about it. He thought for a moment and said, "The head of the White Horse Temple, it seems that Feng Xiaobao, that common man, values this person a lot." Tin Ano thought of Yang Fan's strange experience, especially his shiny bald head. She couldn't help but want to laugh. Her mouth twitched, and she replied, "Yes." The master in white gently took a breath and said, "Pay more attention to this person in the future. Maybe he will be useful." Tin Ano was startled and thought, "Master's plan is very important. Once it fails, he will be killed and his family will perish. I have been saved by Master, so I should sacrifice my life for Master. But why do I have to get that guy involved?" Thinking of this, she regretted speaking so bluntly to the master. However, the white-dressed master did not know what she was thinking. He took on Nguyen and watched her grow up. Since she was a child, she had never disobeyed his orders. He did not know that Tian Ai knew had the thought of protecting Yang Fan because she did not have the heart to drag him into trouble. The white-dressed master thought that she had remembered it. After giving the order, his mind drifted elsewhere. Chapter 103. The next morning, in the backyard of the White Horse Temple. 17, what do you think? Do you think we'll be able to get first place in last Yuan's tournament? Shui Huai was wearing a shirt with a red headband on his head. He was panting heavily as he asked Yang Fan with a face full of hope. Shui Huai used to play with spears and rods, selling medicine on the streets. His body was very strong and healthy. Although he had been living like a prince in recent years, he had to serve Empress Wu, so he paid great attention to his physical training and did not neglect his martial arts. Although his fancy martial arts were only average when used to fight and kill, they were good for physical training. Therefore, his body was still very strong. Even so, after running for such a long time, he was sweating and panting, not to mention his so-called disciples. These people ate, drank, and gambled. There was nothing they wouldn't do. When it came to fighting, they were indeed a group of experts, but that was mainly because they were cruel and merciless. Now that they were relying on Shui Huai's power, no one dared to resist. Their physiques were not strong, and the better ones only had the explosive power to punch people, but they didn't have any lasting strength. At this moment, all of them were lying on the ground, pretending to be dead dogs, unable to move. Yang Fan listened to Shui Huai and gently shook his head. Shui Huai said, "Of course I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about after you train them, will there be a chance?" Yang Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Abbot, there are only 3 or 4 months left until the Lantern Festival. It's too difficult to train them in such a short time." Shui Huai turned his head and looked at the useless people lying on the ground like dead dogs, their tongues hanging out. He also felt that it would be difficult to win the championship. For Yang Fan's sake, he lowered his requirements and asked, "Then, after this period of training, can we win the top 3 in the last tournament?" Even if it's the last place, it's fine." Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, "It's difficult. Senior and junior brothers, your kicking skills are just some fancy skills. It's fine if you stand on the spot and do some fancy kicks, but if it's a kicking competition, it's difficult. Yang Fan could understand the rules of the game as soon as he heard it. Once he knew the specific rules and requirements of the game and saw the level of the monk's skills, he could roughly estimate the odds of winning. Although he had yet to see what a real master of Kuju was like and how good the other teams were, he had seen Chu Kwanga and the others playing football in the alley when he was pretending to be someone from the Western regions. Compared to the group of monks in front of him, Chu Kwanga and the others were much better than them. From this point of view, Yang Fan's guess was not too far-fetched. Shui Huai's eyes widened. No way. Although their skills aren't that great, when I played against those teams from the aristocratic families, they won more than they lost. Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, but I usually listen to the chatter of my senior brothers, so I know more or less. They tied iron braces on their legs and hid lime in their sleeves. That's not all. They kicked their groin, tripped them, and did everything they could to win. How can they use these methods in front of the Empress Dowager? If these words were said to Shui Huai by others, old Shui would immediately stare and wave his fist to argue. However, it was said in his own home, and it was the chief monk of the White Horse Temple, whom he highly valued and admired. Old Shui did not feel disgusted. His old face turned red, and he patted his head in annoyance. Damn, if that's the case, I still can't show my face in the palace this year. Yang Fan thought. If you don't go to the palace, how can I go to the palace? I still have to find Wanner from the Shangwan Wanner to ask about the whereabouts of Shinka Miao. Maybe I will let Xiao Shinji get close to me unsuspectingly. If I can't compete in this game, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to go with you. After all, you usually go to the palace to serve that woman. How can you take me with you? Thinking about it this way, Yang Fan had no choice but to pay attention to his matter. He knitted his brows and pondered for a long time before saying, Abbot, during the Lantern Festival, what kinds of competitions will be held in the palace? Who are the best? Shui Huai liked Kuju, although he himself was bad at it. As a real football fan, he knew this information very well. He introduced to Yang Fan as if he was familiar with his own family's treasures. There have been only a few teams that can participate in the imperial competition in recent years. One of them is the Turks, and the other is the Turks. They usually only participate in Kuju and Sumo. The Turks have always been inferior to our Tang dynasty in Kuju, so they have always been the champion. As for the second place, it is the Kuju team formed by the imperial army of the Tang dynasty and the Turks' Kuju team. Both sides are evenly matched. In recent years, sometimes you are second and I am third. Sometimes I am second and you are third. As for the Turks, they're also proud of their sumo skills. However, our Tang dynasty also has a strong sumo team from Princess Taiping's mansion. Princess Taiping's mansion has Kuju, and sumo wrestlers. Among them, the sumo wrestlers are the most powerful. Not only does the Princess Taiping have male sumo wrestlers, but there are also more than 10 female sumo wrestlers by her side. In recent years, Princess Taiping's mansion has basically taken first place. The second and third places are taken by the Imperial Army, the Turks, and the Turks. Speaking of our Kuju, there is no other branch. We are the only one. Kuju has always been won by the Imperial Palace players. Yang Fan frowned and said, Imperial Palace competition? Imperial Army or Imperial Bodyguards? Shui Huai smiled and said, Of course not the Imperial Army. There are some Imperial Bodyguards, but not all of them. There are also Imperial concubines, palace maids, and princesses of the royal family, such as Princess Taiping and Shangwan Daizhao. They are all in the Kuju team. Yang Fan was stunned and asked, Abbot, are you saying that this group of women formed a Kuju team, and they have won time and time again? Even the men can't beat them? Shui Huai said, Yes. Those who don't know the truth often say that because the Kuju team is made up of women, the men mostly give in to them. That's because they don't know the ins and outs. I have seen them play football. These women are not easy to deal with. They are very good at football. Others can't compare to them. Back then, Kuju was mainly a competition of skills. It was competitive, but it was not as intense as modern football. It was not like the monks of White Horse Temple, who wore iron leggings, had lined bags in their sleeves, and carried bricks to the field. They played kuju more fiercely than rugby. In terms of skills, there was no distinction between men and women. None of these palace maids, imperial concubines, and princesses were delicate and weak women who were sweating and panting after running 2 steps. Even the slim and slender Shanghai Wanner, who was as slender as the crescent moon, was also a good athlete on the field. When competing with these women, they couldn't collide too much. Their kuju skills were not as good as theirs. Therefore, every year, the women's team always won. It was a fine tradition that began in the Tang Dynasty that our country's football had more yin and less yang. Shanghai Wanner will also participate in the kuju competition. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this news. At that time, there was no distinction between men's and women's teams in kuju. If you wanted to compete, you had to ignore the difference between men and women and use the same game to compete for the championship. Just like the polo game at that time, there was no requirement for both teams to have the same number of players. If this was the case, then as long as Yang Fan led the White Horse Temple team to the finals, he would have the opportunity to meet Shanghai Wanner. Otherwise, he could kidnap Shanghai Wanner and force her to tell him about Miaoshinka's whereabouts. But he didn't even know Shanghai Wanner. It should be known that there might not be anything else in the palace except for women. It was easier said than done to pick a flower from a sea of thousands of flowers. The palace was not an easy place to infiltrate. So how could he do it? Hearing this news, Yang Fan's ambition suddenly rose. He said to Shui Huai excitedly, "Abbot Master, you don't have to be depressed. This disciple will do his best to make the White Horse Temple enter the finals, and even win. It's just that." Yang Fan glanced at his fellow disciples who were lying on the ground like dead dogs after being trained by him for the whole day. He said to Shui Huai, "Among all the senior brothers, only Hong Yi, Hong Lu, and Hong Jiu have good skills. As for the other senior brothers, this disciple can't do anything in such a short time. This disciple needs to recruit a few more new people." Jixin Lane, Crossroad Street. There were a few big pagoda trees with twisted branches on the roadside. A few bare-chested men were sitting lazily. Facing the direction of the street, there was a big man sitting against the tree like a crouching tiger. On his arms, which were as thick as a normal person's thighs, there were 2 eye-catching tattoos. "Fear not the governor of the capital," and "Fear not the king of hell." Chu Kuanga. Jixin Lane was Chu Kuanga's territory. His brothers had always been here to solicit business. Among the ruffians of each lane, Chu Kuanga was the strictest to his subordinates. Because of his extraordinary strength and martial arts, many brothers came to him at the beginning. However, some people could not stand his restrictions, and some people thought that he was too inflexible. Some people did not accept some business that came to their door, and gradually they dispersed. After a few years, there were very few people who were still willing to follow him. There were only a dozen or so people, but these dozen or so people were loyal and devoted to him. They were not comparable to the ruffians in the other lanes who had hundreds of people. Those people were just a motley crew. If they really fought, they might not be able to compete with these dozen or so men whose hearts were twisted together. Therefore, he was still able to occupy this Jixin Lane. No one noticed that although the people who followed Chu Kuanga were not as famous as the ruffians in the other lanes, after a few years, none of Chu Kuanga's brothers had died or been crippled. Chu Kuanga and his brothers were like the old pagoda trees on Crossroad Street, always standing there. As for the ruffians in the other lanes, their subordinates had changed like a horse lantern. Many of the big ruffians who were famous a few years ago were now gone. They had either become corpses in the sewers or had become crippled, quietly withdrawing from Jianghu and becoming a commoner struggling at the bottom of the market. Propriety and foresight. The secret of Chu Kuanga's standing was that he was clear about what could be done and what could not be done. He had a ruler in his heart. This was a skill that he had honed for many years in the Thousand Bull Guard. The other ruffians were far inferior to him in this regard. On the main road, a few big monks came. Chu Kuanga only glanced at them before withdrawing his gaze. He was not very curious. He never cared about things that had nothing to do with him. He was a ruffian, and these people were monks. It was impossible for monks and ruffians to have any interaction. However, these monks were coming for them. Chapter 104. There were more than 10 monks dressed in gray, black, and green robes, representing their different identities and statuses in the temple. And in the middle of them was a monk dressed in a red kasaya. He looked dignified and had an extraordinary aura. His bald head was really bright, huh? Chu Kuanga carefully looked at the excessively young monk and was suddenly stunned. This person, why does he vaguely resemble that handsome and adorable young man, Yang Fan, who wears embroidered clothes and a small hat? Chu Kuanga looked at him, and his mouth gradually opened wide enough to stuff a goose egg in. The ruffians beside him were also stunned. After a long time, one of them jumped up in shock and cried out, "Xiao Fan, why is it you? What are you dressed up like? Are you acting in a drama? How dare you? This is the head of the White Horse Temple, Master Hong Shichi. Who dares to be rude?" A monk immediately jumped out and solemnly declared the identity of Yang Fan. The ruffians were even more shocked when they heard this. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Almsgiver Chu, fellow almsgivers, how have you been?" Chu Kuanga stood up in surprise and looked at Yang Fan from head to toe. He slowly revealed a bitter smile and said, "Yang, Master Shichi, your appearance is really unexpected." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Almsgiver Chu, this way please. This poor monk has something to say." The two walked to the other side of the road. Under the big locust tree, a group of monks and a group of ruffians looked at each other with dissatisfaction. There was a kind of unwillingness between them. One must know that these monks were originally ruffians. When the two groups of people stood together, they could naturally feel the aura of the same kind from each other. Since they were all ruffians, there was a natural sense of competition and hostility. Therefore, the two sides only exchanged glances and found each other to be an eyesore. On the other side of the road, Yang Fan briefly explained his situation to Chu Kuanga. Even a death row prisoner like Ma Qiao had been whitewashed by a single sentence from Shui Huai. He was not afraid of Chu Kuanga digging out any secrets, and it was impossible for Chu Kuanga to dig out any real secrets. Moreover, he knew that Chu Kuanga was a person who knew his limits. A person who had been in the officialdom, especially a person who had suffered a major setback, would not have that kind of boring curiosity. He would not dig up other people's gossip for fun. He believed that Chu Kuanga would agree to his request because this matter was beneficial to Chu Kuanga. More importantly, Chu Kuanga had been chased out of the Thousand Bull Guard and had been homeless for many years. There was a sense of injustice in his heart, just like how he had been wandering in front of the governor's office of Guangzhou. As long as he was given a chance, he would seize it. Even if it was just to change his current situation, it was enough to make Chu Kuanga work for him. Therefore, Yang Fan looked at Chu Kuanga calmly, waiting for his reply. Chu Kuanga looked straight at Yang Fan and said, "After my brothers go, will they really become monks?" Yang Fan sighed and waved his hand. He pointed at the few monks who were slanting their shoulders and shaking their thighs. They were competing with Chu Kuanga's subordinates to see who was more mischievous and rascally. He asked, "Look at them. Which one of them looks like a monk? Shave your hair and change into monk robes so that you can compete in the name of the White Horse Temple. That's all." Chu Kuanga nodded and confirmed, 30 copper coins a day. Once they really enter the finals, everyone will be rewarded 10,000 coins. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Not only that, if you can make Master Shui happy, Brother Chu will return to the Thousand Bull Guard." Oh, now that it has been renamed to the Fengshan Guards, it will not be difficult for Brother Chu to return to the Fengshan Guards. Chu Kuanga's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Yang Fan nervously and said with a trembling voice, "Really?" Yang Fan said, "In this world, there is actually no such thing as fairness. To Brother Chu, you have fought countless battles on the battlefield and fought with your life on the line. It isn't easy for you to be promoted in the Thousand Bull Battalion. However, to Shui Shi, if he wishes for you to return to the Thousand Bull Battalion or even reinstate your position, it would only take a single word from him. The crux of the matter is whether he is willing to do it." "Good. I will go with you." Chu Kuanga's eyes emitted a trembling light. In a trance, it was as if a layer of dust was rustling off his body. It was as if a warrior who had been sealed in a clay figurine had broken free from his shackles. He slowly stretched his body and gripped the spear in his hand. He straightened his back, and his expression became solemn. There was a kind of exuberant vitality between his eyebrows. He stood there like a spear. This valiant general who mingled in the streets, because of a word from Yang Fan, had been reborn and had vaguely recovered some of his former glory. Abbot, this disciple intends to do this. Our White Horse Temple's original senior martial brothers specialize in Kuju. This disciple and junior martial brother Chu Kwanga will also join them. With senior martial brother Hong Yi and senior martial brother Hong Lu, this disciple and junior martial brother 19 may not be able to win, but we still have a fighting chance. Let the White Horse Temple's senior brothers specialize in Kuju. They will no longer be distracted, and their improvement will be faster. Good. Xue Huai readily agreed and immediately called Hong Yi in front of him. He puffed out his chest and said, "Listen to me. From now on, all disciples are not allowed to leave the White Horse Temple. They are not allowed to eat, drink, or gamble. Listen to your 17th junior brother's instructions at all times and practice Kuju diligently. When the Lantern Festival comes, show me your face." Hong Yi quickly agreed. Hong 16 and Priest Shua came over and said with a frown, "Abbot, this disciple is old. Do I still have to play football?" Xue Huai said, "You are in charge of picking up the ball." Oh, seeing that Xue Huai had given his orders, Yang Fan said again, "As for this disciple, I will practice polo with 19 junior brothers group, but the horses," Xue Huai patted his chest and said, "No problem. I will immediately go to the Ministry of War and ask for dozens of their best war horses. There is also a place we can practice in the open space behind the White Horse Temple." After Xue Huai finished speaking, he touched his bald head and smiled with satisfaction. "Haha, Kuju, it's just a competition with a bunch of women. Even if I win, it will inevitably be a little unfair. If I can show off my power in Kuju, then that is the ability of a man. Damn, in the past, I could only sit there and watch others show off during the Lantern Festival. This time, I can show my face in both Kuju and Kuju." This guy was a natural optimist. Nothing had happened yet, but he was already convinced that his team would definitely win. Chu Kwanga wanted to use Master Xue's power to return to the Imperial Army, so he hurriedly said, "There are no weak soldiers under a strong general. This disciple will not embarrass Master Abbot. The horses have not arrived yet, so this disciple will go practice Kuju with 17th senior brother first." Good. Go practice well. Whether or not I can show off my might at the Lantern Festival is all up to you. Wait. Chu Kwanga had shaved his head at this moment and was wearing a short monk's robe that was modified from arrow sleeves. In fact, it was somewhere between a martial arts robe. Before that, there were actually many kinds of monks' robes, and there was no unified one. It was only after the establishment of the Tang dynasty that the color of the official robes was limited according to the rank of the official. Moreover, the royal family of Li Tang also attached importance to Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism, so they also made regulations on the monks' robes. However, monks all wore wide robes with big sleeves. There were very few short robes, and they did not wear them in front of their believers, so the imperial court did not set any regulations. Therefore, this short monk's robe suitable for competition was actually modified from the short robes of a martial artist. Therefore, even though he had shaved his head, he still looked majestic. Xue Huai called out to Chu Kwanga, pinched his chin, and looked him up and down. He asked, "You look so strong, do you know sumo?" Chu Kwanga smiled and said proudly, "To tell you the truth, when this disciple was in the 1,000 Bull Guard, I was one of the top 120 warriors in the sumo competition and won the championship time and time again." Xue Huai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said loudly, Good. It seems that we can also compete with others in sumo." Chu Kwanga bowed and said, "I am willing to serve Abbot." Xue Huai had heard Yang Fan talk about Chu Kwanga. Seeing him so respectful, he patted him on the shoulder and said, 17 has told me about your situation. Don't worry. As long as you bring me face, I will definitely fulfill your wish and let you return to the 1,000 Bull Guard. I am a boorish man, but I am a man of my word." Chu Kuanga's heart was filled with excitement when he heard this. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "Abbot, don't worry. Even if Chu Kuanga has to bow his head to the ground, I will bring you back this face." In his excitement, he performed a military salute. Shui Huai was not a proper monk to begin with, so he did not care. He was very satisfied with his attitude and nodded repeatedly. "Good, good. Work hard. Once you succeed, I will not go back on my word." To Shui Huai, this match was only a matter of face. He liked to be in the limelight, especially in front of Wu Zetian. However, to Chu Kuanga, it was a matter of life and future, so how could he dare to be negligent? He thought of how there were so many masters in the sumo wrestling competition. If he were to lose, his hopes of returning to the imperial army would be dashed. Chu Kuanga said, "Abbot, this disciple is naturally not afraid of competing with others in sumo wrestling. It's just that there are many masters in every sumo wrestling team. If this disciple is alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to fight alone. If I have a helper to look out for each other, my chances of winning will greatly increase. Why don't I invite 17th senior brother to compete with me?" 17. Shui Huai looked at Yang Fan and curled his lips. He shook his head like a rattle drum. No, look at his frail body. Cupping, bowing, and striking are all based on his agility. Naturally, he can compete in sumo wrestling. How can a sumo wrestler not have a good physique? With that body of his, it's impossible. Chu Kuanga said in surprise, "Abbot, you don't know that 17th senior brother's wrestling skills are godly." Shui Huai looked at Yang Fan in surprise. 17, you know wrestling skills? Yang Fan rubbed his nose and smiled shyly. A little. Chapter 105. Even though Chu Kuanga had repeatedly boasted about Yang Fan, Shui Huai still didn't believe him. He dragged Yang Fan to the center of the field. Since he had just fought another match, Hong Jio was lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. His tongue was hanging out as he panted heavily. Shui Huai kicked him and shouted, "Scram to the side and pretend to be dead. I'll spar with 17. Shui Huai took off his monk's robe, revealing his muscular body. Not to mention, Shui Huai's appearance was dignified and his muscles were very strong. What was even more rare was that such a strong man's body wasn't as dark as Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga's. Yang Fan's skin was the color of wheat, while Chu Kuanga's was bronze. Shui Huai's body was extremely strong, but his skin was actually very white. A man that Empress Wu liked must have 3 conditions. 1 was handsome, 2 was fair skin, and 3 was no bad breath. Shui Huai met all 3 conditions. Shui Huai got into a stance and said to Yang Fan, "Come, 17, let me experience your martial arts." Yang Fan knew that Shui Huai valued his face more than the heavens. Although he was the one who asked to spar, he wasn't really willing to spar with him. Therefore, he repeatedly declined. This disciple would never dare to spar with Master. Please forgive this disciple for not being able to comply. Shui Huai repeatedly asked, but Yang Fan refused. Shui Huai was helpless and said to Hong Lu, "Little 6, you come." Most of Shui Huai's disciples were actually friends he had made when he was selling medicine in Luoyang. At that time, they called each other brothers and would compete in wrestling when they were free. Although Hong Lu wasn't Shui Huai's opponent at that time, the two's strength wasn't that different. Shui Huai could naturally see the depth of Yang Fan's martial arts by letting him spar. Seeing that the limelight had been stolen by his 17th junior brother, Hong Lu was already dissatisfied. Upon hearing Shui Huai's order, he immediately took off his outer robe and walked forward with his back bare. He said to Yang Fan, "17th brother, come, spar with me." Seeing this, Yang Fan tore off his belt and took off his coat. While Yang Fan was taking off his clothes, Hong Lu boasted, "I've been following Luoyang's sumo master, Li Banzuo, since I was a child. I learned the art of hornbreaker, and after I grew up, I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from Chong and's #1 wrestler, Master Jin Tanjin, nicknamed Optimus Prime. Today, in Luoyang, There are only a handful of people who are better than me in Hornbreaker Sumo. The other disciples did not give him any face. They laughed and said, "Since Six Senior Brother is so capable, why don't you stand up for White Horse Temple and participate in the Upper Prime Sumo Wrestling Competition to bring glory to Master?" Hong Lu waved his hand and said, "If I can participate in the competition, why wouldn't I? It's a pity that a few years ago, I fought with the ruffians of Gong and Lane and injured one of my legs, so I can't use it for long. I can still spar with Little 17, but if I were to go on stage and compete with other sumo masters, I wouldn't lose face to Master." Immediately, there was a chorus of boos. Yang Fan took off his outer robe and, like Hong Lu, went bare-chested. Although his body was a bit thinner, it was still well-defined and well-muscled. It was hard to tell that Little 17, who was dressed like a delicate young girl, had a very impressive figure. Hong Lu kicked off his shoes and stood barefoot on the court. He waved at him and said, "Little 17, come." Yang Fan stood still and cupped his fists. Little brother respectfully asked for Six Senior Brother's guidance. Hong Lu shouted and pounced forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Although he had spoken in a magnanimous manner, he had actually wanted to knock down Yang Fan and show his face in front of the other disciples. Therefore, he relied on the fact that his body was thicker than Yang Fan's and forced his way forward. Yang Fan twisted his legs, as if he wanted to avoid a direct confrontation with Hong Lu. However, his movements were too slow. Hong Lu pounced like a tiger and reached out to grab his belt. As soon as Hong Lu touched Yang Fan's body, it was as if he had grabbed a greasy bottle. His hand slipped, and he didn't manage to grab Yang Fan's belt at all. Instead, he was swayed by Yang Fan and stumbled forward. He couldn't stop himself and fell straight out of the court. If this was an official sumo wrestling match, this would be considered a loss. Boos rang out from all directions. Hong Lu's face and neck were red as he said, "This doesn't count. I was careless. Little 17 only dodged and didn't compete with me at all. Come. Let's compete again." Yang Fan smiled lightly and steadied his feet. He opened his arms and said, "Six Senior Brother, please." Hong Lu, who was eager to turn the tables, took large strides towards the middle of the body. Yang Fan, who was originally standing there steadily, saw that Hong Lu was still a step away from him. He suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Hong Lu's forearm with his right hand. His left hand reached for Hong Lu's crotch. He lowered his body and rammed his entire body into Hong Lu's chest. He pushed his shoulder in front of Hong Lu's chest and shouted, "Up!" Yang Fan lifted Hong Lu up in an instant and spun him a few times. He shouted, "Fellow martial brothers, catch!" He threw Hong Lu 10 feet away. 4 or 5 ruffian monks rushed over to catch him. They were pushed back 5 or 6 steps by Hong Lu's body before they could stabilize themselves. This move was called Flying Pigeon Spin. It was a wrestling technique of the Central Plains, the wrestling techniques of the nomads beyond the Great Wall, and the flying pigeon throw of Japanese sumo wrestling. It was similar to this move of Yang Fan's. Sumo wrestling was originally a type of wrestling. After thousands of years of exploration, all kinds of wrestling techniques were similar. Naturally, there would be similar moves. Hong Lu was thrown by Yang Fan. If he had fallen to the ground, he would have been in a daze. He would have been unable to wake up for a long time. Even so, he was held by several of his martial brothers. It took him a long time to wake up. As soon as he woke up, he saw the faint smiles on his martial brothers' faces. He couldn't help but blush. He struggled and said, "Senior brother, I've always liked to train new people." You know, as he said this, he lost his balance and fell forward like a drunkard. This time, no one helped him. Hong Lu blew his conch and fell to the ground, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Shui Huai was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Good. 17th Wang is really good at wrestling. With such skills, you can definitely show off your skills in the palace." "Ha! That's strange. Just now, when Hong Lu reached out to grab your belt, I saw it clearly. His hand was clearly gripping your belt. Why did he let go of his hand and fall? You two aren't putting on a show for the abbot, are you?" Because everyone was already exhausted, Even though Shui Huai wanted nothing more than for them to immediately start training, he could only tell them to rest for a while. After lunch, they would continue training in the afternoon. As soon as everyone dispersed, Ma Qiao chased after Yang Fan and asked. This question had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Look at Hong Lu's expression. He wants nothing more than a fall and make me eat **T. Is he willing to cooperate with me and make a fool of himself?" Ma Qiao scratched his head and said, "That's true. If it were me, I would still act with you." Hong Lu wouldn't have such good intentions, but at that time, Yang Fan said, "If I don't get to the bottom of this, I won't be able to rest properly at noon today. Come with me." Yang Fan hadn't put his shirt on yet. He draped it over his arm and led Ma Qiao into the pagoda forest. He casually hung his shirt on a branch that stuck out diagonally and took a stance. He said to Ma Qiao, "Come, put your hand on the back of my waist." Ma Qiao said, "On the waist? What's so strange about it?" As he spoke, he put his hand on Yang Fan's waist as he was told. "Huh?" Ma Qiao cried out in surprise and stared at Yang Fan as if he had seen a ghost. He then looked at his own palm that had bounced off and said in surprise, "What did you do? Is this a trick? I didn't see you move at all, but why did my hand seem to have bounced off? It's even a little numb." Yang Fan smiled and said, "This is called the 18 Falls. It's a close-range fighting martial art. It's a martial art that uses the body to change shadows and take advantage of the opponent's momentum to make the opponent miss. It's a martial art that uses ingenuity to counter clumsiness. However, it's not just blindly unloading and borrowing strength. After dispelling the opponent's strength, it's also necessary to seize the opportunity when the opponent's old strength has dissipated and new strength has yet to be generated." Yang Fan demonstrated it to him again. This time, Ma Qiao could clearly see that Yang Fan's waist had vibrated a few times in that instant. There was a soft but strong force that easily bounced his hand off and made his palm slightly numb. This was because he didn't use any strength and only put his hand on Yang Fan's waist. If his hand had also used strength and Yang Fan had dispelled his strength and then took advantage of the situation to counterattack, the strength could be imagined. Ma Qiao moved his numb wrist and said in surprise, "Amazing. You actually have such a magical martial art. Just now, your waist seemed to have vibrated more than 10 times. Your waist is tough and strong. I couldn't grab you at all," Yang Fan said with a smile. Now do you understand why he fell off? However, my waist didn't just vibrate a dozen times. It's not more and not less. In an instant, it vibrated 48 times. It's like a wave. You can't touch me, he. 48 times. In an instant, it vibrated 48 times. Ma Qiao's eyes lit up and his saliva almost dripped down. "I want to learn." Xiao Fan. "Oh no. Chief Master, please accept me as your disciple. I want to learn martial arts from you. I don't want to learn anything else. I want to learn this 18 falls of yours." Yang Fan said, "It's not a big deal to teach you some martial arts to strengthen your body, but this 18 falls is not easy to learn. You're already an adult, your bones are hard, you can learn hard kung fu, but learning this martial art is very limited." Ma Qiao said, No. My body is strong enough. I don't need to learn anything else. I want to learn this 18 falls." Yang Fan was surprised and said, "Why do you have a special liking for this 18 falls? If you want to talk about prestige, I will teach you a set of 3 Emperor Cannon Fist. When you use it, your chopping fist is like an axe, your bursting fist is like an arrow, your drilling fist is like an awl, and your horizontal fist is like a beam. With your physique, if you practice it well, you'll have some achievements. When you use it, it will be very impressive." Ma Qiao shook his head and rubbed his hands. He looked like he was itching to learn it. He said, No. What cannon fist? How can it be as impressive as the 18 falls? I want to learn this 18 falls. In an instant, my waist bounced 48 times. If I use this when I'm having sex with a woman, what will happen? I'm afraid I will make her cry for her father and mother. She will throw away her armor and lose everything. It will be a crushing defeat." Yang Fan was stunned. He stared at Ma Qiao with wide eyes for a long time. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked away. Ma Qiao hurriedly chased after him and said, "Hey, Don't go. Xiao Fan, Chief Master. Yang Fan said in a bad mood. Don't call me. If my master knew that I taught you this martial art, just to show off my power on women, my master would die of anger. Ma Xiao smiled apologetically and said, Who said that I only show off my power on women after learning this martial art? I can also show off my power on men occasionally. Yang Fan said, Huh? You have this kind of hobby? Ma Xiao was exasperated. He said, What are you thinking? I mean, to show off in front of men, of course it is to show off like you did just now. Ha! Ha ha! Yang Fan turned around and continued walking. No, you have ulterior motives. I won't teach you. Master, Ma Xiao cried out in grief and chased after him relentlessly. Chapter 106. In the following days, the White Horse Temple became a training base. The monks began to practice bowing in full swing. From Hong 1 to Hong 15, they were trained by Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga every day. At night, they would fall asleep as soon as they lay on the bed. They no longer had the time to stir up trouble on the street. Only the caddy, Yizhua, seemed to be more relaxed than them. Wasn't it just picking up the ball? The ball would not always be kicked out of the court. Occasionally, he would move his body, eat more, and sleep better. Not only did Yang Fan teach the monks to play, but he also learned how to play. In order to get help from Shui Huai, who was not a real monk, Yang Fan deliberately hid his incompetence in front of him. He did not expose the fact that he was not familiar with bowing and bowing. Now that Chu Kuanga was here, he needed to cram on this knowledge and familiarize himself with the rules of this competition, especially horsemanship. To play polo, one must have superb horsemanship. Horsemanship was not only about riding a horse and galloping. It also required great proficiency in all kinds of horsemanship skills such as striding, running, jumping, turning, and so on. However, Yang Fan lacked even the most basic horsemanship skills. The last time he went to Mengjin to assassinate Qiu Shinji, he had prepared a horse early. He was slightly familiar with horsemanship, and the saddle was padded with a thick mattress. Even so, he almost fell apart after running wildly all the way. Fortunately, the Jinwu guards were not all cavalry. Qiu Shinji did not expect him to break out of the encirclement so decisively. Qiu Shinji did not have time to prepare a horse to chase after him, so he managed to escape. This time, Yang Fan was just in time to let Chu Kuanga teach him horsemanship. Every morning and night, accompanied by Chu Kuanga, Yang Fan practiced horsemanship. Chu Kuanga's brothers also followed him to practice horsemanship. They made many obstacles in the wide open field behind the White Horse Temple to practice horsemanship skills. Yang Fan had a good body of martial arts, but after a few days of riding, his back was sore and his thighs were bruised. Not to mention Ma Xiao. However, Yang Fan had a good physique to begin with, so he was able to learn equestrianism quickly and quickly master some of the basic essentials. There were still 3 to 4 months until the Lantern Festival. If he practiced like this every day, and with the guidance of a famous teacher, he believed that by the Lantern Festival, his equestrian skills would be good enough to compete in competitions. These days, Yang Fan also learned about the movements in the capital through the mouths of the shameless monks and his informants in Zhaoyu. The assassination of Qiu Shinji had not spread in the capital, as if it had never happened. Yang Fan was even more certain that the murder in the mountain village was not the work of the imperial court. The repeated cover-up of the people involved was clear proof, but the truth of the matter was even more confusing. He wanted to know the truth and why his innocent relatives and fellow villagers were killed, so he needed more information. That evening, the sky was full of rosy clouds. After a day of training, everyone was sweating profusely. Some did not even take a bath and returned to the meditation room to rest. Yang Fan was still full of energy. Seeing that it was not time to practice horsemanship, he went to take a bath. When he came back, he saw Taoist Yizhua sitting cross-legged on the stone steps in front of the hall, muttering to himself. It was hard to tell if he was chanting Buddhist or Taoist scriptures. Yang Fan walked over, greeted him, and began to chat. After a few words, Yang Fan cleverly changed the topic to Healan Minji. Taoist Yizhua beamed with joy. If you want to talk about this Healan Minji, she was a major figure that shook the capital. Back when the Empress became Emperor Gaozong's Empress, because her two half-brothers did not get along with her mother and son, she found some reason to banish them out of the capital. The Empress naturally hoped to put her own sons and nephews in an important position. With these relatives, the Empress's position in the palace would be stable. However, she had never liked her two brothers, so who should she support? Later on, the Empress's two brothers died in a foreign land. The Empress was not in the mood to recall her two brothers' descendants, so she changed her sister's son, Helan Minji, to Wu. He inherited her father's title and was conferred the title of Duke of Zhou. Helan Minji's mother, the Empress's sister, was exceptionally beautiful, not inferior to the Empress herself. When Emperor Gaozong saw her, he conferred her the title of Madam of Han. She was often invited to the palace and was exceptionally doted on. Later on, she died of sudden illness. This Helan Minji also has an older sister, Helan Shi. This Helan Shi was younger and more beautiful than her mother. Later on, she was doted on by Emperor Gaozong and was conferred the title of Madam of Wei. In the end, not long after, she died of an unknown illness. Yang Fan's eyes flashed as he slowly said, "Presumably, the Empress cannot escape the responsibility of this mother and daughter's sudden illness, right?" Taoist Yizhuo looked around and said in a low voice, "We didn't see it. In any case, that's what the rumors say. If they get in the way of the Empress, then they won't have a good time. Not to mention the Empress' sister and niece, even if it was her son. So what? Li Xian and Li Hong, the two crown princes, are both flesh that fell from the Empress's body, but in the end," Taoist Yizhuo laughed and returned to the topic. "This Helan Minji is talented and learned. Back when he was at the Hongwen Library, he even compiled 100 volumes of the spring and autumn annals of the 30 kingdoms and got to know many scholars. He usually does a lot of cultured things and has indeed done some things. But ever since his mother and sister died one after the other, this Duke of Zhou started acting strange. Helan Minji's relationship with his mother and sister was very good. But when his mother and sister died mysteriously, he probably guessed what the Heavenly Empress had done. From then on, he abandoned himself to despair and went against the Heavenly Empress. This Helan Minji is as handsome as a jade tree, and coupled with the fact that he is a duke, he has a high status and authority. What kind of woman can't he get? But he just happens to be dissolute, with all sorts of lasciviousness that makes people raise their eyebrows. He even, Taoist Yizhuo subconsciously looked around again. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. "Senior brother, there's no need to be so careful. Besides you and me, there's no one else here." Taoist Yizhuo gave a hollow laugh. "Yes, this Helan Minji has some unclear relations with his maternal grandmother, the Yang lady." Yang Fan said in shock, "The Yang lady? That's the Empress mother, his maternal grandmother. The two of them actually." Taoist Yizhuo waved his hand and disdainfully said, "In the end, they're foreign races. Etiquette is nothing but dog fart to them. Otherwise, why would the noble clans of Shandong disdain marrying off Emperor Taizong's daughter? That's fine. Although Helan Minji doesn't have much of a moral character, with the Empress protecting him, no one has ever dared to criticize him. But after he suspected that the Empress had harmed his mother and sister, he specifically made things difficult for the Empress. The Empress chose the daughter of Yang Xijian, the Vice Minister of Imperial Guard, to be the Crown Prince Li Hong's wife. Just as the wedding date was approaching, he took advantage of this woman's spring outing to rape her, forcing the imperial family to hastily choose a crown prince consort. At the time, the Empress was still protecting him. Later on, the Empress probably sensed that Helan Minji was suspicious of him and decided to kill him. After Madame Yang passed away, the Heavenly Empress took out a sum of money and asked Helan Minji to build a huge Buddha statue for her deceased mother to pray for blessings. In the end, he spent all the money on debauchery. Before Madame Yang's funeral was over, he had already invited many singers and dancers to seek pleasure. The Empress couldn't restrain herself and finally flared up. She announced to the public that he had committed adultery with his maternal grandmother and embezzled public funds, punishing him. Yang Fan cried out, "This can be announced to the public?" It's often said that one shouldn't wash one's dirty linen in public, not to mention that this is the Empress' mother and nephew. Taoist Ijua said, "Nowadays, the world is under the influence of the Hu people. How many people in the world still view them as scourges and fierce beasts? Besides, the scandals that Heelan Minji has done have long been spread among the people. Even if the Empress didn't say it, everyone knew about it. It's better to be open and above board. You should also know that when it comes to the Empress' courage, not even men can compare to her." Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Taoist Ijua continued, "The Empress dismissed him from his official position, stripped him of his title, and even restored his original surname, Heelan, before exiling him to Liezhou. He probably knew that he wouldn't have a good time, so when he arrived at Xiaozhou, he hung himself with the reins of his horse." Yang Fan's body shook. Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou. He actually hung himself in Xiaozhou. What did this have to do with the murder in that small mountain village? Heelan Minji hung himself in Xiaozhou, and the next year, the Peach Blossom Village suddenly appeared. Between the two, Yang Fan was a little confused. He seemed to understand something, but at the same time, he didn't seem to understand anything. He was born the second year after Heelan Minji's death, and Heelan Minji didn't have any brothers or sisters, so he shouldn't have any relationship with Heelan Minji. Then, his father and those villagers were Heelan Minji's old subordinates and good friends? Those officials who were implicated and demoted? If they were, they could have been killed at that time. But why did it happen 11 years after Heelan Minji's death? There were 10 years in between. Wasn't 10 years too late for a gentleman to take revenge? This was simply inexplicable. The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more confused he became. Taoist Ijua slapped his thigh and sighed with emotion. The current Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi are the descendants of the two half-brothers who were banished by the Empress. The Empress doesn't like them, but they still have such power. If Heelan Minji didn't insist on going against the Empress, I'm afraid that in today's world, besides the Empress, he would be the most powerful. As he spoke, he saw the reception monk accompanying a monk in black slowly walking over. The monk had a strange appearance. His eyebrows were as white as snow, and his face was clear. He seemed to be quite old. Occasionally, a real monk would pass by on the side of the road. When they saw the monk, they would stop and respectfully salute him. Although the White Horse Temple had been occupied by Shui Huai and a group of fake monks who drank and ate meat and did not abide by the rules, the real cultivators still lived in the temple. The daily affairs of the White Horse Temple were also managed by them. Since they recognized this old monk, he must be an eminent monk with an extremely high status in the Buddhist world. When Taoist Ijua saw the monk walking over, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. Yang Fan imitated him and saluted. After the reception, monk accompanied the black-robed monk into the temple. Yang Fan whispered to Taoist Ijua, "Senior martial brother, do you know this monk?" Ijua replied, "Yes, this is Reverend Sanjia, the direct disciple of the Dharma Manifestation Sect's founder, Reverend Xuanzang." Yang Fan didn't know much about Buddhism, so he only made an "oh" sound and asked curiously, "What is he doing here?" "Look at him. He's heading to the abbot's meditation room." "All right, there seems to be a lot of serious monks going in and out of the abbot's room recently. Is our abbot really going to study Buddhism?" Taoist Ijua smiled bitterly. "The abbot's thoughts are like a heavenly steed soaring into the sky. How can mortals like you and I guess what he's thinking?" Yang Fan deeply agreed and nodded. Chapter 107. When Great Master Sanjia walked into the meditation room, there was already a group of old monks inside. They all looked to be quite old, and each of them had a profound cultivation base. As soon as they saw Great Master Sanjia enter, the monks who were chatting and reading scriptures all stood up and greeted him. Sanjia returned their greetings with a smile on his face. The great Abbot Huai, he was bared to his chest as he leaned on the Luohan bed, drinking wine. When he saw Sanjia coming, he looked at him with hazy eyes and beckoned. "Monk Sanjia, you're finally here. Sit, sit, sit. Let's think of a way together." Xuanzang had taken in many disciples back then. Among them, The one he valued the most was his youngest disciple, Bianji. Bianji was the most famous scholar monk in Chang and after Xuanzang. Among the 9 eminent monks who participated in the translation of the Tang dynasty's records of the western regions, he was the youngest, only in his 20s. Unexpectedly, Bianji's ill-fated relationship with Princess Gaoyang cost him his life, and he was sentenced to death by Li Shimin. After that, among Xuanzang's disciples, Master Skimmer was the most famous and knowledgeable. However, he passed away in the 2nd year of Yongshun. After him, there were other disciples such as Yuanji, Daojin, Shengzhuang, and Taixian. Some of them were still alive, but because they were too old, they rarely went out in the world. Master Sanjie was not the most famous disciple of Xuanzang, but he was the most active one. Shui Huai picked up his wine cup and looked at Sanjie. I have invited many great monks, but none of them could come up with a solution. They all said that you have a profound knowledge of Buddhism and are well-read, so I invited you here to discuss and come up with an idea. If you can solve this problem for me, Buddhism will definitely surpass Taoism and become the national religion of the Tang dynasty. You will be able to fulfill your master's long-cherished wish. As soon as Reverend Sanjie took a look inside the meditation room, he saw that the people sitting everywhere were those whom he was familiar with, those who were knowledgeable and highly respected in the Buddhist world. On the couch, on the floor, on the table, everywhere were piles of scriptures engraved, hand-copied, and even a pile of ancient bamboo slips. He did not know what kind of trick this famous mad monk was going to play. Feeling nervous, he hastily cupped his fist and said, "This poor monk does not dare to accept Huai Idashi's undeserved praise. I just wonder what abbot wants to do by inviting this old monk here." Shui Huai was not afraid and told him his plan. Speaking of which, although Shui Huai was ignorant and incompetent, he was very talented in terms of imagination. Wu Ziqian's plan to change Li Tang's life and change the world was known to everyone, even though she didn't say it out loud. How could Shui Huai, who was the person who slept by her side, not know about it? The members of the Wu clan who were attached to Wu Ziqian, as well as the civil and military officials who were placed in important position by her, were all racking their brains to clear the obstacles for her. Shui Huai was also someone who was unwilling to be left out, and he also wanted to obtain a great contribution from a neutral position. He didn't want to rely on serving her in bed to gain her favor. However, Xian Rui's trick had already been played by Wu Qingxi. This fellow had carved a stone and thrown it into the Luo River. Then, he fished it out and said it was a heaven's gift stone, declaring that Empress Wu would rule the world. There was a group of ruthless officials to clean up Li Tang's imperial family and ministers loyal to Li Tang. As a monk, he could not interfere. Forcing the Taoist priests to believe in Rulai was just a small matter. He knew that this kind of action could only show his loyalty to Empress Wu. It would not be of any help to promote Empress Wu's ascension to the throne. Forcing the Taoist priests to believe in Rulai was just a small matter. He also knew that this kind of action could only show his loyalty to Empress Wu. It would not be of any substantial help to promote Empress Wu's ascension to the throne. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it alone. Shui Huai built the unprecedented giant hall, Ming Hall, and built the unprecedented Buddha heaven. He even wanted to show off in the palace's festive bow fencing competition. He was such a competitive person. How could he be willing to fall behind others at this time? Therefore, he had a bright idea. He thought that he could find evidence of Empress Wu ruling the world from the Buddhist scriptures. In this way, wouldn't he be able to make a great contribution? Shui Huai acted immediately. He immediately summoned the eminent monks of various temples and asked them to think of a way. Although Shui Huai was mischievous in Luoyang, what he did was of great benefit to Buddhism. These eminent monks might not agree with his actions, but they were secretly happy. Therefore, they did not have any conflict with Shui Huai. Moreover, with Shui Huai's character, he would not allow others to oppose his idea. Moreover, if this could really be done, Buddhism would undoubtedly rise to a higher level and suppress Taoism. Therefore, these eminent monks really did their best. However, it was easier said than done to find evidence of Empress Wu ruling the world from the Buddhist scriptures. Back then, Buddha Gautama Buddha did not know that his disciples wanted to preach in the Central Plains and become the #1 sect in the Central Plains. Otherwise, if Gautama Buddha had casually said an ambiguous gatha back then, his disciples and grand-disciples would have saved a lot of effort today. These eminent monks racked their brains and flipped through the scriptures, but they could not find any scriptures that were beneficial to Empress Wu's ascension. In desperation, someone suddenly remembered that Xuanzang's eminent disciple, Abbot Sanjie, had just returned to Luoyang after traveling for 2 years. Therefore, they quickly reminded Shui Huai to invite Sanjie to find evidence of Empress Wu ruling the world from the Buddhist scriptures, to let Buddhism suppress Taoism and become the #1 sect in the Central Plains. Abbot Sanjie's blood was boiling. He immediately racked his brains to think of an idea. Shui Huai was not a good monk, but he was a good leader. Seeing that Abbot Sanjie was thinking seriously, he did not want to disturb him. He lay back on the couch and even softened the sound of drinking wine. Sanjie sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock and closed his eyes to think for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he said joyfully, "I've got it." The monks were flipping through the sutras. Some were thinking about Buddhist illusions. They were extremely busy. Suddenly hearing this sentence, they gathered around him and asked anxiously, "Sanjie Dashi, what did you think of?" Shui Huai was drunk and drowsy. Just as he yawned, he suddenly heard Abbot Sanjie say, "I've got it." Shui Huai immediately perked up and jumped to the ground. He ran over barefooted and pushed the monks away with his arms. He stared at Abbot Sanjie and said, "Tell me, what did you think of? The horses that Master Shui brought over are indeed top-notch horses. With good horses, it will be easier for you to practice horsemanship. During the competition, it is not only your horsemanship that is tested, but also your coordination with the horse. This coordination is your movements and commands. Only when you are familiar with your horse will you be able to execute your commands in time." Chu Kuanga and Yang Fan urged their horses to gallop. Slow steps, fast steps, fast steps, slow steps. They constantly changed the horse's stance. At the same time, they imparted their own experiences to him. Don't think of using force with a horse. A horse weighs 1,000 pounds. How heavy are you? You have to follow its strength and control it. Horses are intelligent. If it does something right, praise it in time. Pat its neck or touch its throat. It will be like a child and will feel very happy. If it does something wrong, you have to punish it immediately. Yell at it, rein in the horse's reins, or kick it with the horse's stirrup. Then it will know that it was wrong. You must not talk about it after the fact. Horses do not have that kind of memory. That's right. Later, ask Master Shui for some candy. Horses like to eat sweet things. When you reward it, give it a piece of candy. This childish big guy will be very happy. While talking, the two of them rushed back to the White Horse Temple. The two of them dismounted from their horses and walked inside while chatting and laughing. Suddenly, they saw Shui Huai, who was dressed in a large red kasaya, hurriedly walking outside accompanied by Hongyi, Hunger, and a few other tall and sturdy monks. His face was beaming with joy, and it seemed that he was in a very good mood. When Yang Fan saw him, he quickly went up to greet him. "Abbot! Oh, 17. You want to ride horses again? Look at 17. She is so capable, yet she still practices diligently every day. You guys are always saying that you are tired. Tire my ass. Only by going through hardships can you become a master. How can you not be tired? Learn from 17. All the disciples loudly agreed. Yang Fan smiled. "Abbot, you flatter me. I have something to tell you." "Oh, no problem. What do you need? Just tell me at any time. The emperor doesn't need starving soldiers. I will naturally get it for you. Wait for me to come back. I have to go to the palace now." "Abbot wants to go to the palace? That's good. I might need the palace's approval for this matter." Yang Fan quickly said, "It's like this. Abbot, we brothers have been training hard for some time, but we still don't know anything about our opponents. It will be difficult to achieve anything if we keep working behind closed doors. Also, we don't know how strong or weak our opponents are, or how they're used to playing. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. This is true on the battlefield and also on the court. Therefore, I hope Abbott can create an opportunity for us. It would be best if we can compete with the strong teams in the palace first. Shui Huai smiled. This is easy. Wait for me to enter the palace and see the empress. In Jishin Hall, Wu Zetian read a memorial, and a happy smile suddenly appeared on her face. Beside her, Shanghai Wan saw Wu Zetian's expression and said with a smile, "What interesting thing did the empress see to make her so happy?" Wu Zetian handed the memorial to her and said with a smile, "Wanner has never seen this memorial before." Shanghai Wanner took it and saw that it was Jiangnan's Inspector General Di Renjia's memorial. She quickly skimmed through it, and Shanghai Wanner said, "Oh, Wanner has seen this memorial before. Master Di destroyed more than 1,700 obscene temples in Jiangnan. He only destroyed one temple. Compared to his achievements when he was in charge of the Supreme Court, why would the Empress be so happy?" Wu Zetian shook her head and said with a smile, "Of course not. When Di Renjia was the Supreme Court officer, he punished nearly 20,000 people in 1 year. Everyone was convinced, and no one complained of injustice. This caused a stir in the capital. However, in my eyes, he is just a capable official, not a capable official." Wu Zetian took the memorial from Shanghai Wan and lightly patted it, saying, "In this destruction of 1,700 obscene temples is what a capable official should do. I am happy to have such a capable official." So I laughed. Shanghai Wanner was surprised. "What is this logic? Wanner is ignorant. Please enlighten me, Empress." Chapter 108. The obscene temple was not literally a temple dedicated to the god of lasciviousness. Instead, it referred to a temple dedicated to the god of lasciviousness that was not officially recognized. It referred to a temple that was spontaneously formed among the people to worship all kinds of strange gods. There were temples that formed spontaneously in various places. The land of Wu and Shu had many temples dedicated to various deities, such as Xianyu Temple, Tongshu Wang, Chunfu Marquis, Wuxian Emperor, Linsi Marquis, Baihe Emperor, Chenba King, Lu Pinsi King, Lu Ma King, Doxing Emperor, and so on. The people worshipped whenever they wanted to. It was purely out of utilitarianism. These temples did not have any religious spirit or philosophy of life to guide people to do good. In this way, it would not only involve some fakes taking advantage of the opportunity to make money and use superstition to do evil, but it would also involve the issue of faith. Even though there were not many and obvious political activities using religious beliefs at that time, it would inevitably lead to a disaster if such religious activities were allowed to develop. Whether it was the Five Pecks of Rice sect or the Way of Peace, it was a disaster that affected the whole country. The emperor of the Tang dynasty worshipped Taoism, and Wu Zetian worshipped Buddhism because they knew the great power of religion and used it. With Wu Zetian's foresight, she could obviously see the political significance of Di Renjia's actions. In her opinion, a few unjust cases were just a capable official. To be able to clean up the root of the problem was the ability of a capable official. Wu Zetian pondered for a moment and said leisurely, "The imperial court is in need of manpower. It is a waste to put Master Di in Jiangnan." Shanghai Wan heard this and immediately knew that Di Renjia was going to be rehabilitated. Di Renjia came from a family of officials. His grandfather, Di Xiaoxiu, was the left minister during the Jingguan period. His father, Di Zhixuan, was the chief inspector of Kuizhou. Di Renjia himself was a jinshi who passed the Ming-Jing examination. Since becoming an official, his political achievements were outstanding and his official career was smooth sailing. However, last year, when the king of Langya, Li Chong, rebelled against Wu Zetian sent Prime Minister Zhang Guangfu to quell the rebellion, while Di Renjia was appointed as the provincial governor of Yu province to clean up the mess. Zhang Guangfu was proud of his achievements. When he saw that Di Renjia had taken over a large amount of resources left behind by the rebel army, he extorted bribes from him. Di Renjia did not agree. Instead, he angrily reprimanded Zhang Guangfu for killing the surrendered soldiers in order to obtain military merits. Zhang Guangfu harbored hatred in his heart. When he returned to the court, he found a crime to impeach D. Rengia. He had a high position and power. As the prime minister of the court, he also had the merit of quelling the rebellion. In order to appease the meritorious minister, Wu Zetian had no choice but to demote D. Rengia to Jiangnan. Now it seemed that D. Rengia's actions were in line with the empress' wishes, and he was going to be promoted again. Wu Zetian muttered to herself. Of course, she didn't say it casually. In fact, she wanted to tell her something. If D. Rengia wanted to return to the imperial court, he would need someone to recommend him and promote him. She would need to arrange suitable officials to carry out these things. Whether Shangwan Wan'er did well or not, whether the opposing voices in the court were strong or weak, the empress could only make further decisions. If the opposing voices were too strong, she could advance and retreat calmly. Shangwan Wan'er's power was extremely heavy. This was a manifestation of this. Even if Shangwan Wan'er was very obedient and didn't deliberately play with power, whether or not she was willing to help you, she could still decide your official position. Once your position was confirmed, it would be difficult to get promoted again. Sometimes, it was possible to stay in this position for a lifetime until you retired. Shangwan Wan was like the Minister of Internal Affairs. Because of these reasons, she could unknowingly influence the court's politics and influence the promotion and demotion of officials. At this time, someone came in and reported, "Empress, the master of White Horse Temple requests to see you." Wu Zetian slightly raised her eyebrows. She said in surprise, "Master is here? Invite him in." As she said this, she put down the memorial in her hand. Shangwan Wan'er slightly waved her hand. The palace maids and eunuchs in the hall withdrew one after another. Shangwan Wan'er said to Wu Zetian, "Wan'er, go wait in the corridor." "Yes." Wu Zetian nodded. Her eyes flashed. She saw Shui Huai rushing in with big strides. Shangwan Wan'er. Shui Huai didn't dare to be rude to this official close to the emperor. He stopped in his tracks and bowed to her. Shangwan Wan'er smiled sweetly and said, "Master Shui." Wan'er's smile was full of charm. Shui Huai didn't look sideways. After bowing, he took a step forward and put his palms together. He solemnly bowed to Wu Zetian. "This poor monk greets the empress." Wan'er lightly waved her sleeves and gracefully retreated. Wu Zetian stretched her waist and reclined on the bed. She smiled at him and said, "Why did Master come at this time?" At this time, Shui Huai's strength was no longer as fresh to Wu Zetian. Since Wu Zetian had opened the door to take in a gigolo, there was no longer any taboo. When Shui Huai led the army to attack the Eastern Turks, Empress Wu took a fancy to imperial physician Shun Nani. This imperial physician Shun was refined and elegant. His demeanor was very different from that of a common man like Shui Huai. Although he was not as strong as Shui Huai, he had a kind of elegance and refinement. Thus, he became Wu Zetian's new favorite. Shui Huai was still kept in the dark. But as Wu Zetian's first gigolo, sharing a bed with her for so many years, Wu Zetian's feelings for Shui Huai were still very deep. Shui Huai's position in her heart was still the highest, and the one she doted on the most was still Shui Huai. This was something that Shin Nani could not compare to. Shui Huai laughed and walked over to sit on the bed. He placed a hand on Wu Zetian's soft waist and gently caressed it. He said, "Empress, Huai has come to bring good news to Empress." Wu Zetian rested her chin on her hand and lazily closed her eyes. She grabbed his hand and gently moved it to her chest. She comfortably sighed and said, "What good news? Did your White Horse Temple also produce some auspicious sign?" Listening to her tone, it was likely that all kinds of auspicious signs that appeared in various places in the world were either far-fetched or fake. She actually knew all of them, and these things could not be hidden from her. However, these things were necessary to build momentum, and even more so to make countless commoners in the world believe in them. So it did not matter whether she believed it or not. Her attitude must be serious and welcoming. She had already done this kind of show too many times. She could not refuse, but her heart could not help but be tired. So, if at this time someone else came, even if it was a hooligan on the street, and said that he had discovered some auspicious sign, Empress Wu would put on a very believing and very happy expression. But in front of her own man, she revealed her true attitude. Shui Huai laughed and said, "Auspicious sign? That's right, it is auspicious. It is the biggest auspicious sign in the world, even bigger than a Luoyang godstone. Does Empress like to hear about it?" When Wu Zetian heard that it was indeed auspicious, she felt very bored in her heart. But she did not want to spoil her lover's mood, so she lazily said, "Let's hear it." Shui Huai proudly said, "Empress, ever since Huai was bestowed the title of White Horse Temple Master by Empress, I have been diligently studying the scriptures every day. I have read all the scriptures in the Sutra Depository and unexpectedly discovered that Empress is in charge of the world. The Buddha, Gautama Buddha, has long been revealed to the world in the scriptures." As he said this, he gently caressed Wu Zetian's chest. Wu Zetian closed her eyes and comfortably enjoyed his caress. She even rested her head on his lap. But when these words entered her ears, Wu Zetian suddenly sat up. Her eyes lit up and she asked in surprise, "Is this true? If you want to rule the world, of course you need strength. But to sit firmly in the world, strength alone is definitely not enough. Without the people's hearts, the strong and the weak will gradually change positions." Now, that Wu Zetian wanted to rule the world, she already had enough strength. The reason why she did not allow others to persuade her and waited patiently at such an old age was because her influence was not enough and she did not have enough control over the people's hearts. At this time, Shui Huai actually said that he found the basis for him to become an emperor in the Buddhist scriptures. How could Wu Zetian not be surprised and happy? Shui Huai saw that Wu Zetian was moved and felt proud in his heart. He said, "Yes." Huai flipped through the Great Cloud Sutra. It was recorded that there was a pure light goddess who once listened to the Buddha preach the Great Nirvana Sutra. Later, she gave up her heavenly body and gave birth to a daughter. She became a ruler to protect the law. Since there was a goddess who reincarnated and became a ruler, then Empress, you can naturally also become an emperor. Hearing this, Wu Zetian was happy at first, but after thinking about it carefully, she shook her head. Shui Huai couldn't help but feel nervous. He hurriedly said, "What? Is it inappropriate?" Wu Zetian thought about it for a long time and said, "Master, this story is really too obscure. It can't be used to educate the people." Shui Huai racked his brain to think of such a good idea to compliment Empress Wu. Hearing that Wu Zetian rejected this idea, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He said, "This isn't enough to prove that Empress should become an emperor?" Wu Zetian smiled and touched his bald head. She softly said, "Master, I am very happy that you have put in so much effort for me. I'm not saying that this story of yours can't be used. I am saying that your understanding is wrong. You didn't explain it clearly enough." Shui Huai was at a loss. He said, "What does Empress think then?" If it was someone else, Wu Zetian only needed to give a hint or a look, and the other party would be able to handle the matter well. For example, Shanghai won her. But to a crude person like Shui Huai, she couldn't keep him in suspense. She had to be very straightforward in order for Shui Huai to understand. Fortunately, there was no one else here. The two of them were emperor and minister on the surface, but they were husband and wife in secret. There was nothing that couldn't be said. Wu Zetian said, "Master, think about it. The Tang dynasty imperial family worships Taoism. Among the three religions, Taoism is number one. We believe in Buddhism. It was only after we came to power that Buddhism was able to hold its head high and vaguely surpass Taoism. Tell me, isn't this the way to protect the law?" Shui Huai pondered. Wu Zetian didn't let him think too much. She straightforwardly said, "It doesn't mean that we can be like that pure light deva and reincarnate as an emperor. Rather, we should say that we are that pure light deva. We are the Buddha's decree to reincarnate as an emperor and rule over the human world. Do you understand?" Huai understands. How could Shui Huai not understand Wu Zetian's words? He nodded repeatedly. Wu Zetian said, "This Buddhist scripture is too simple. It's just a story of 100 words. The language is obscure and difficult to understand. How can it be used to teach the world? In our opinion, Master can gather a group of highly virtuous monks to write a commentary on this great cloud scripture. We can explain the Buddhist principles in detail and explain our intention to become emperor more clearly and clearly. Chapter 109. Shui Huai quickly replied, Huai understands. Huai is really stupid to need the empress to teach me such an idea. When I return, I will follow the empress instructions. In a few days, Huai will bring a copy of the Great Cloud Scripture for the empress to take a look. Wu Zetian smiled and cupped his cheeks. She gave him a light kiss and said, Good man, I'm already very happy that you are willing to share my worries. It doesn't matter if you do well or not, but it is enough that you have this intention. Shui Huai had not been summoned by Wu Zetian to serve him in bed recently. As Wu Zetian's gigolo and the uncrowned empress male concubine, he did not dare to touch women. As a strong man, he had long held it in. With Wu Zetian's gentle words, Shui Huai's lust was aroused. The little monk under his crotch rose and was about to press Empress Wu down on the bed. Seeing his passionate gaze, Wu Zetian's heart couldn't help but itch a little. She leaned back slightly, half leaning on the soft embroidered tent. She squinted her eyes and glanced at Shui Huai. Shui Huai understood and was just about to stand up and take off his clothes when he heard someone call out from outside. Empress, Assistant Minister Qiu Guanzhou Xing requests an audience. Shui Huai said angrily, Tell him to wait. Call him in. Wu Zetian sat up and fixed her messy hair. She glared at Shui Huai. Humans have all kinds of desires. It was unknown when it started, but in Wu Zetian's heart, the only thing that made her feel like she was on cloud nine was the desire to pursue power. Even though she was a little moved, Wu Zetian was not a person who could be troubled by emotions. She was not a woman who was bound by lust. The moment she heard about the important matter, she immediately regained her shrewdness and calmness. Wu Zetian comforted the indignant Shui Huai with a gentle voice. Master, go to the back hall and rest for a while. Zhou Xing is here for something important. Hearing her words, Shui Huai knew that he still had a chance today. His anger turned to joy and he nodded and strode to the rear hall. Wu Zetian tidied up her appearance and sat behind the table. She picked up a memorial and looked at the entrance of the hall with a pair of cold and dignified eyes. Following a series of footsteps, a pair of black satin boots stepped over the high threshold. A clear voice followed. Assistant Minister Qiu Guanzhou Xing pays his respects to the Empress. This was an official wearing a crimson robe. He was a third-ranked official of the Tang dynasty. Among the various ministers, only the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments was a fourth-ranked official, while the other ministers were lower-ranked officials. The fourth-ranked officials wore crimson robes. As the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Xing naturally had to wear a scarlet official robe. Zhou Xing was just over 40 this year. He was of a moderate build, not fat or thin. His face was clear, and he had a pair of thick eyebrows that were slightly curved. His eyebrows were black and bright, like a sleeping silkworm. He had a pair of phoenix eyes and 3 strands of beard on his chin. He gave off the elegant and free air of a scholar, but his cheekbones were relatively high. Seeing Empress Wu, Zhou Xing hurriedly went forward to greet her. The so-called greeting was just a bow. At this time, the court did not have the ceremony of kneeling. When the emperor came to court, the officials all had seats. There would be meditation mats in the Golden Hall, and the officials would kneel to discuss politics with the emperor. Only in the Song dynasty, when Zhao Kuangyin ruled the country, did the seats get removed and the officials stood to discuss politics. But when they went to court, they still only bowed. It was only in the Yuan dynasty that they started to change to kneeling. Now, they did not always kneel. Wu Zetian waved her sleeve and said, Assistant Minister Zhou does not need to be so courteous. How is the case of CO Kyungjin going? Zhou Xing took out a memorial from his sleeve. He bowed and said, Empress, after this subject received the decree, he immediately interrogated CO Kyungjin, Gong Sai, and Zhang Siming. The Luo province, Sima Gong Sai committed suicide to escape punishment. The Luo province magistrate, Zhang Siming, and Su Jingye's younger brother Seo Kyungjin were afraid of the heavenly might and confessed to many accomplices. This subject did not dare to delay and immediately returned to report to the empress. A cold light flashed through Wu Zetian's eyes. She reached out a hand. Zhou Xing immediately walked forward and presented the memorial. He respectfully said, "At the back, there are the confessions of Seo Kyungjin and Zhang Siming." Wu Zetian did not reply. She only opened the memorial and read it seriously. Seeing this, Zhou Xing took 2 steps back and bowed slightly. He stood at the side and waited for Empress Wu to ask questions. Zhou Xing was slightly nervous. He had brought down many people before, but this time, among the people he wanted to bring down was his immediate superior, the Minister of Justice, Zhang Chujin. Wu Zetian had ordered him to investigate the case of Su Jingye's younger brother, Seo Kyungjin. She had smuggled goods and wanted to use this case to purge the anti-martial royalists in the court. Zhou Xing had also smuggled goods and used the opportunity to drag his immediate superior, Zhang Chujin, into the case. Zhang Chujin was no ordinary person either. To be able to suppress someone like Zhou Xing, how could his means be ordinary? Zhang Chujin came from a large clan in Bing province and came from a family of officials. Ever since he was appointed as the Minister of Justice, he was known as a capable official. Zhou Xing had long wanted to push him down. If not for Zhang Chujin's impressive means, how would he be able to remain in his position? As an official in the Ministry of Justice, Zhang Chujin had more confidence than Zhou Xing, and his influence was greater than Zhou Xing's. Initially, Zhou Xing did not want to do it himself. He wanted to instruct his confidant, Yang Mingsheng, to do it himself. However, something happened to Yang Mingsheng. Zhou Xing was helpless and unwilling to give up on this good opportunity. He could only bite the bullet and do it himself. Zhang Chujin's political stance wasn't clear. He didn't support either Li or Wu. At present, Empress Wu was pulling one faction and fighting another. She was more tolerant towards the middle-of-the-road faction. Therefore, Zhou Xing wasn't sure if Empress Wu would agree to include Zhang Chujin in the anti-martial royalist faction. Wu Zetian carefully read through the contents of the memorial and did not even look at the confessions at the back. She was very clear about the actions of the few ruthless officials she had appointed. She was even more clear about the number of unjust and false cases that they had concocted in their hands. However, she needed these kind of lackeys right now, so naturally, she would not go too far. Because of this, why would she bother to look at the confessions that were forced out of her through torture? Whether Zhang Siming and Seo Kyungjin were afraid of death, couldn't stand torture, or wanted to frame others in order to avoid death, their motives weren't important. What was important was that under Zhou Xing's enticement, they were willing to expose those she wanted to get rid of. What she wanted to know was who was included in the purge list. Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Yuan Wanqing. The first name that came into view was that of the current Prime Minister. He was the only Northgate scholar who was still in the court. Seeing this name, Wu Zetian's pair of phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. She felt a trace of weakness. This was the confidant who had accompanied her through the stormy seas to seize the highest power. He had once made great contributions to her, but this softness only lasted for a moment. Then became as cold as frost and snow. That well-maintained, white and tender hand gently picked up a brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and heavily ticked off that name. It was as if the past friendship, the ups and downs, the ups and downs, the ups and downs of these decades, from Zhao Yi to the Empress, and then to the Empress Dowager, were written off in one stroke. Assistant Minister of the Heavenly Official, Deng Xianting, was the second name. This person was extremely friendly with Shang Guanyi. Later on, he was friendly with the Prince of Runan, Li Wei, the Prince of Poyang, Li Ji, and others. Naturally, he was included in the purge list. Wu Zetian's face showed a hint of joy as she lightly ticked off the name. Imperial Censor Wei Yuanzhong was the third name. This person had once been the army supervisor and had defeated Su Jingye's rebel army. With this contribution, he should not be implicated. Empress Wu did not care how talented those who obstructed her path were. The more talented they were, the more she wanted to kill them. But she did not want to turn the world into a mess. Before she became emperor, She had to use this group of ruthless officials who knew how to bite. When she ruled the world in the future, she had to leave behind a few capable officials. But this person was very sympathetic to the nominal Emperor Li Dan. Now that the steps to change the world were getting tighter and tighter, if this person were to obstruct them at the crucial moment. Empress Wu thought for a moment and used the cinnabar brush to tick off one of his names. With just this, he could be spared from death. But banishment and demotion were unavoidable. Inner Custodian Zhang Guangfu, Shanzhou Provincial Governor Guo Jingyi, Pengzhou Provincial Governor Lu Yizong. These people were clearly on the side of the emperor. Without hesitation, Wu Ziqian ticked off the names with her cinnabar brush. Every tick was a life. She did not even blink. When the cinnabar brush in her hand touched Minister Qiu, Zhang Chujin, she paused in surprise. Zhou Xing had been standing by the side, watching Empress Wu's actions. Seeing her brush stop, he quickly retracted his gaze and looked at his nose, pretending to not look sideways. Empress Wu thought for a moment. She was well aware that Zhou Xing was smuggling goods. This Zhang Chujin could be killed or not. He would not be an obstacle to her. But now that she was about to ascend the throne, she needed to use Zhou Xing as her trusted aide. If she wanted a dog to listen to her, she had to give him a bone. Thus, after a moment's thought, the cinnabar brush in her hand ticked down. A red mark appeared on the paper like a sharp sword being unsheathed. Zhou Xing pretended to not look sideways, only looking at Empress Wu from the corner of his eyes. Seeing this, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Wu Ziqian put down her cinnabar brush and said plainly, "My beloved subject is still very diligent in his work. However, these people have ulterior motives and are plotting something big. I'm afraid that their henchmen are not limited to these. My beloved subject must investigate them seriously to prevent any fish from escaping the net. There are already so many officials. Does Empress Dowager think that we have not killed enough?" Zhou Xing was secretly shocked. He knew that the scale of the purge had not reached the level that Empress Wu wanted. He quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, when I return, I will interrogate Zhang Siming and Co. Qiangjin strictly. I will not let a single traitor escape the net." Empress Wu glanced at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Since Zhang Chujin has betrayed my trust and colluded with traitors, the position of Minister Autumn official will be vacant. Do a good job. Other than you, I can't think of anyone else who is suitable for this position." Zhou Xing's face heated up. He knew that the Empress had seen through his thoughts, but hearing such an order, he was still overjoyed. He quickly bowed and thanked. "Empress Dowager trusts and promotes me. I will do my best until the day I die." Empress Wu plainly said, "You may leave." "Yes, I will take my leave." Zhou Xing bowed and left. When he reached the veranda, he felt the sun shining brightly and his body relaxed. At the same time, a question surfaced in his mind. Since the Empress could not wait to purge the officials, it was obvious that she was about to ascend the throne. But she was already so old and did not have many years left. If she wanted her career to last long, she would have to climb up another big tree. A new emperor was about to ascend the throne. Who will be the next emperor? Chapter 110. After Zhou Xing left, Shuehuai poked his head out from behind the screen and tiptoed out. When he saw the look in Wu Zetian's eyes, his heart turned cold. Wu Zetian's eyes were very clear, and she seemed to be deep in thought. She was clearly thinking about something. Sex was something that was very particular about Mood. It wasn't like someone who had been thirsty for many years. Furthermore, for a woman like Empress Wu, love was just a spice to her. When she had her own considerations, why would she care about the love between a man and a woman? Shuehuai had served her for many years and knew her temperament well. Seeing her like this, he knew that he had no chance of being her guest today. Thus, he unhappily bid farewell to Empress Wu. Wu Zetian smiled apologetically at him and said gently, "Master, I have matters of state to consider. You should go back first and come visit me in 2 days." Shuehuai perked up and said, "Yes. The Empress is busy with state affairs and must take care of her body. Then, Huai will take his leave first." Shui Huai was about to leave when he suddenly remembered what Yang Fan told him. He hurriedly turned back and said, Oh, right, Empress. Huai has another matter that I would like to seek your approval on. Wu Zetian supported her chin with her palm and was deep in thought. When she heard him speak, she slightly raised her eyes and smiled. What else does Master want to say? Shui Huai said, Empress, every year during the Lantern Festival, the palace will hold a grand celebration with various games, such as Kuju and bow striking. Huai has also formed teams for bow striking and sumo wrestling. During the Lantern Festival, if I can win a smile from the Empress, it will be a token of my sincerity. However, Huai's teams have just been formed and are not familiar with the competitions of the strong teams. If they were to lose miserably, it would be a loss of face. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Huai wants to compete with the teams that have won in the past so that the disciples can get used to it. Wu Zetian smiled. It's rare for you to show such sincerity. All right, who do you want to compete with? Shui Huai's Kuju team was notorious for not abiding by the rules. Once they started a match, they would use sneak attacks, sprinkle lime, kick the groin. They simply did everything they could think of. Everyone in the capital knew about the White Horse Temple's bad style. Everyone knew about it. If Shui Huai still wanted to have fun and find a few teams to relieve his boredom, with his power, he could find a few influential families and force them to compete with him. However, if he wanted to perform well in the palace, he needed real ability. If he wanted to compete with a truly strong team, he could not use force. Huai said, I would like to invite the princess's sumo wrestlers from the palace, the palace Kuja masters from the palace, and the palace to compete from the palace to the palace to the palace. Wu Zetian laughed. Master's appetite is not small. You specifically challenged the strongest team of the Tang dynasty. Aren't you afraid of losing? She smiled and pondered for a while, then said, The Imperial Guard's Ju striking hand? Sure. When I get back, I will instruct Qiu Shinji to send the troops that are preparing to participate in the Shangyuan Ju striking hand to White Horse Temple to have a match with you. In the palace, no problem. In a few days, bring your Kuju masters to the palace and compete with them. I will tell Wanner to arrange it. But Taiping, Wu Zetian sighed softly and said, Taiping hasn't been in a good mood recently. I don't think you should go and try to avoid this obstacle. There are many sumo masters in the Imperial Guard. Let Qiu Shinji send them to you. Shui Huai rushed back to White Horse Temple and immediately gathered a group of monks to explain the Empress' intention to them. In order to work together, the original abbot of White Horse Temple, the current elder of West Hall, Sanshan, was also invited. Sanshan, Sanjia, Santhin, Faming, Fajing, Jingdua, every one of them was a famous and virtuous monk. In order for Buddhism to suppress Taoism and become the #1 religion in the Central Plains, each of them became a charlatan and accompanied Feng Xiaobao, the ruffian, to change the scriptures. What the Empress meant was that there was no need to be secretive or bashful. She should directly say that she was the ruler of humanity who had come to the human world under the Buddha's decree. In other words, she was the pure light goddess. However, the goddess did not have a high status in the Buddhist world. She was clearly not worthy of Wu Zetian's position as the ruler of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, after a discussion among the monks, they decided to make some changes to the Great Cloud Sutra. In the sutra notes, it was stated that Empress Wu was the Maitreya Buddha in her previous life. She received the decree of Sakyamuni and was reincarnated as the ruler of the world. In the sutra notes, monk Zhengjue directly translated the Sanskrit into the one who stole only the clouds is surnamed Wu, and this is the divine emperor's mother descends upon all nations and give birth to millions of people. In a very blatant manner, he used the name of Buddha to make the divine emperor with the surname Wu to proclaim himself as the emperor and mother descends upon all nations. At that time, Wu Zetian was in control of the court. As a woman and the Empress Dowager, the two biggest problems she faced if she wanted to proclaim herself as the emperor were the problem of her womanhood and surname. The emperor had always regarded himself as the son of heaven. If Empress Wu became the emperor, it would be the will of heaven. All these problems would naturally be solved. Faming and Fajing were responsible for making up various prophecies. Once these things were spread, the common people would be very willing to believe them. The prophecies they made up were very short in order to make it easier to spread. Each prophecy explained one problem, such as the reincarnation of the Maitreya Buddha as a woman, or the change of the surname Li to the surname Wu. The two eminent monks, Sanshan and Santhin, were responsible for collecting auspicious signs and warnings from various places. They forcefully linked them to Wu Zetian becoming the emperor. Not only did they list in detail all kinds of strange signs that appeared in various places in the Tang dynasty, such as a stone with a red heart, a rooster that could lay eggs, a stone that appeared in the Luo River, and so on. They even included earthquakes. They said that these were warnings from heaven and should be the evidence of Empress Wu becoming the emperor. Great Master Sanjie became the chief editor. He was responsible for the final collation and proofreading of the things made up by these eminent monks. Speaking of which, although Shui Huai was ignorant and incompetent, his imagination was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He was lying on the bed alone, drinking wine and humming a little tune. Suddenly, he slapped his head. He actually thought of an idea to help Empress Wu. He thought a little song. The name of this song was Lady Wu Mainyang. Lady Wu Mainyang was a song that had existed for a long time. During the Sui dynasty and the early Tang dynasty, some records of palace banquets mentioned that this song was sung to liven things up. Apart from the fact that the name of this song coincided with the title Lady Wu bestowed upon Wu Zetian by Taizong, the two had nothing to do with each other at all. Shui Huai was also humming a tune randomly. When he was humming this tune, he thought of it. When Shui Huai brought up this idea, Great Master San Jie expressed his approval. Hence, he made up an easy-to-understand lyrics to accompany this tune. Shui Huai then arranged for people to sing it in the marketplace. With such a large group of monks busy in the meditation room, it was necessary to have someone by their side to take care of them. Moreover, they also needed someone who knew how to read. All the monks in the temple who were free were all sent over. Because there was a shortage of manpower and monk Yizhua was literate, Shui Huai also found him to be a strong man. Yizhua was a Taoist. When he saw these sanctimonious Buddhist monks spouting nonsense, Taoism's position was in jeopardy. His heart ached, and he felt very uncomfortable. Therefore, during the day, Yizhua served the monks with soup and water, watching them spout nonsense. At night, he would use charcoal and waste paper to carefully record everything he saw and heard during the day. He even gave the things he wrote a name, records of the birth of the great cloud scripture. After writing a page, he would go into the pagoda forest and find a secret place to hide it. He would write it every day, waiting for the day when the ugly faces of these high monks would be exposed to the world. Those high monks would never have thought that they would have a Taoist spy by their side. Every day, he would be unscrupulous and even indulge in his writing. Writing the scripture was not an easy task. Although they forcefully linked the matter of the pure light goddess with Wu Zetian to win the trust of the world, the more meticulous and realistic the scripture was, the better it would be. Once it was written, it had to be reconsidered. This was a long process. Shui Huai was illiterate. In the beginning, he was able to chat with them enthusiastically, but later on, even Shui Huai was confused. Gradually, he began to feel bored, so he entrusted this matter to Sanja, Faming, and a few other eminent monks, while he went to watch the disciples do the Kuju. Wu Zetian had agreed to let the imperial guards practice and compete with them. With an internal decree, Qiu Shenji, who was in Mengjin, naturally agreed. How could the empress' decree be disobeyed? Moreover, Qiu Shenji's bow-striking experts were selected from the various imperial guards. They all had a certain background. Although the White Horse Temple was notorious, they would not dare to do anything too vile to compete with these people. Qiu Shenji was a bow-striking expert when he was young. When Li Shimin introduced bow-striking in the Tang dynasty, he was one of the main bow-striking experts in the Tang dynasty's imperial guards. Although he was old now, he was still good at it. Every year during the Lantern Festival, the imperial guards would participate in the bow-striking competition. He was the one who coordinated the bow-striking experts from each Imperial Guard and trained them together. In modern terms, he was the chief coach of the Imperial Guard's bow-striking team. We've seen too many officialdom dramas. It seems that high officials and nobles are more serious than the next. More serious than the next. It's like this in the officialdom, and it's also like this in life. To their friends, colleagues, and relatives, they all put on the airs of an official all day long, living like they're not human at all. In fact, when they drink, dance, talk, and laugh, they're no different from us. They also have many personal hobbies. Shinji was a person who loved bow striking. In his original plan, because the Lantern Festival was approaching, he had already planned to communicate with the other Imperial Guards to transfer their bow-striking experts and gather them together for training. Now that the decree from Empress Wu came, it was convenient for both sides. However, because the people he transferred were from various Imperial Guards, it would take a few days to gather them together. Shui Huai waited for 2 days, but Shinji still did not send anyone over. He could not wait any longer, so he took his people to the palace to find Shanghai Wanner. Chapter 111. Among Shui Huai's trusted disciples, there were a few who had followed him to the palace. Most of the others had never been there before. Therefore, they were all very excited to be able to enter the palace. They were full of curiosity about the most honorable place in the world. Ma Qiao was no exception. Although the palace was in Luoyang City and was very close to him, he had thought that he would never be able to step into that place in his entire life. But now, he actually had the chance to enter the 9-layer Imperial Palace. It really felt like a dream. Yang Fan was also very nervous and a little excited. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to enter the palace so soon. Shui Huai had said that the Kuju masters in the palace were mostly women, such as princesses, female guards, and palace maids. Even Shangwan Daizhao was among them. Would he be able to see her this time? If he had the chance to see her, how would he be able to ask for the whereabouts of Miaoshinka? Because he was thinking about these questions, Yang Fan was a little silent. The others were discussing excitedly, guessing the situation in the palace, or listening to the senior and junior brothers who had accompanied Shui Huai to the palace talk about the situation in the palace. Yang Fan's behavior was a little different from others. Xu Kuanga saw this and thought that he was too nervous because he was concerned about winning or losing. After all, these teams were all formed by Yang Fan. The outcome of the competition had the most to do with him. Therefore, it was understandable that his performance was unusual. Xu Kuanga hurried 2 steps forward and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. Erlang, don't worry. How long have you and I trained these people? In the past, they were not qualified to compete in the palace. Now, as long as they can hold on for a little longer, it will be your great ability. Moreover, with your superb Kuju skills, I really don't believe that some women can be stronger than you. Yang Fan laughed and said, Brother Chu is right. They are just a group of women. We are men. How can we be afraid of them? The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked forward with their arms around each other's shoulders. When they were about to reach the Lushan Square, suddenly they saw a group of people on horses coming slowly from the opposite direction. In front of the group were several government officials who were beating the gong to open the way and playing the signboard to clear the way. Behind them, there were many government officials holding their sabers and following them. Luoyang Commandant Tang, Zhong rode on his horse with his saber in his hand. Behind him were many officials. Unexpectedly, Shui Huai led a group of monks towards them. The officials were startled and immediately retreated to the side of the road to let the group of monks pass. Yang Fan looked to the side of the road and saw several criminals being escorted by the officials. Among the prisoners, there were 2 prisoners with large shackles on their bodies. The shackles were 6 feet long, 4 feet wide, 5 cun thick, and weighed 100 caddies. Wearing these shackles, not to mention walking, even if they were tied to a carriage, after a long time, they would die without a doubt. There were also a few people beside them who only wore light shackles, but they were wearing the clothes of prisoners on death row. There was even a beheading plaque on the back of their necks. All of them were tied up, and their faces were ashen. Behind them, there were many men and women wearing prisoner clothes, wailing and cursing. They did not stop because of Shui Huai's arrival. They had already become prisoners on death row and would die in an instant. Who was there to be afraid of? Shui Huai was riding forward when he suddenly saw a few familiar faces among the prisoners. He couldn't help but stop his horse and take a closer look. He couldn't help but be surprised. Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion Yuan Wanqing, Assistant Minister of the Heavenly Official Deng Xianing, Inner Custodian Zhang Guangfu. Shui Huai was secretly shocked. He quickly beckoned Tang Zong to come before him and asked in a low voice, "Why are these people all arrested? What did they do?" Tang Zong was originally very nervous when he saw Shui Huai pass by, but when he saw Shui Huai's friendly attitude, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Master Shui, these people are all related to Su Jingye's traitors. Now that they have been arrested, the Empress is furious and is about to send them to the execution ground." Shui Huai clicked his tongue. Suddenly, he saw that Minister Qiu Guanzhang Chujin was also tied up. He couldn't help but ask, "Minister Zhang is an important official in the imperial court. Didn't he issue a pardon? Why is he also being tied up and sent to the execution ground?" This pardon was the legendary death exemption medallion. In fact, it wasn't a gold medallion, but a pardon. The officials who received the pardon could be exempted from the death penalty once. There were only a dozen or so officials in the imperial court who had the pardon medallion. Shui Huai himself had one, so he asked this question. Tang Zong revealed a strange expression and said, "At the beginning of the year, Minister Zhang made a new law. He said that if someone committed a great crime of rebellion, even if he could be exempted from death with the pardon medallion, his family should also be severely punished. They could either be executed or be demoted to be servants as a warning to others." The Empress felt that it was very reasonable and allowed it. Who knew that even though Minister Zhang has the pardon medallion and can be exempted from death and sent to the desolate border, all the males in his family above the age of 15 will be beheaded. As for his wives, daughters, and maids, they will all be demoted to be servants in the palace. When Shui Huai heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. After a while, he said, "Isn't this lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet?" Tang Zong deeply agreed. However, Zhang Shangjin was originally the highest official in the judicial department, so even though he ended up like this today, it wasn't good for him to comment. Shui Huai shook his head and sighed. The cycle of the heavenly Tao, retribution, is not good. After saying this, he kicked the horse's abdomen and walked forward. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao were currently bald and wearing monk robes. They were among the monks, but Tang Zong didn't dare to cause any trouble. He watched as a group of monks swaggered past in front of him. He didn't even dare to raise his head, so how could he recognize them? Chu Kuanga walked beside Yang Fan and couldn't help but sigh when he saw the miserable appearance of the condemned prisoners. Zhang Chujin thought of this law to cater to the Empress. Who would have thought that he would bring about his own destruction? Hong Yi said with a smile, "That's nothing. Do you see those two wearing the big chain? Those two are Su Jingye's younger brother, Xiao Qiangjin, and Luoyang's magistrate, Zhang Siming. They were dragged to watch the execution. The big chain they wore was thought up by Zhang Siming. It was specially used to punish serious criminals. Now, he himself has tasted the power of the big chain." When the ruffians heard this, they all sighed and spoke about the many stories they had heard about the cycle of karma and retribution. For a moment, these ruffians who fought and caused trouble everywhere seemed to be like monks who had seen through the world of mortals, and they all sighed with emotion. The monks of the White Horse Temple were led by Shui Huai into the palace through the Black Tortoise Gate. They then turned left and walked towards the Peaceful Blessing Hall. In front of the Peaceful Blessing Hall and the observation platform, there was a large, flat, and wide field. There was a basketball court here. This place was located to the north of the imperial harem. It was close to the imperial garden in the backyard of the palace. Many concubines, female officials, and palace maids lived nearby. Therefore, they often gathered here and played. Yang Fan and the others followed behind Shui Huai and entered the majestic palace. When they saw the magnificent imperial palace, many people who entered the palace for the first time were in awe. Naturally, they didn't dare to speak loudly. They just looked around and curiously sized up everything they saw. In this palace garden, the most common thing they saw were women. Young, brightly dressed women walked back and forth. When they saw a group of bald monks coming in, they would curiously stop and look at them in groups of 3 or 5. They would whisper to each other. Occasionally, when they talked about some interesting topic, they would cover their mouths and laugh. When they laughed, their eyes would slightly curve into a pair of crescent moons, giving them a somewhat seductive feeling. Looking at them, the group of bald donkeys became restless. Xiao Fan, look, there are so many beautiful women. Ma Xiao came to Yang Fan's side and said with shining eyes. Yang Fan said, "What's so strange about this? Ordinary people's back gardens are planted with flowers. The emperor's back gardens are planted with women. What we see might not be a lot. In this palace, there are at least tens of thousands of women, and they're all selected from all over the world. Think about it. Ma Xiao imagined the scene of more than 10,000 one in a million beautiful girls gathered together, and his mouth immediately gaped wide open. He was about to plunge 3,000 feet straight into the abyss. The observatory was a high platform in Luoyang's imperial palace for observing the celestial phenomena. It had always been under the charge of the imperial astronomer. Usually, there were not many people here. When it was not needed, the palace gates would be locked. Because it was within the imperial palace, its safety was absolutely guaranteed. Therefore, there was not even a guard. The observatory and Serenity Hall intersected at a right angle, and in the middle was an extremely vast field. There was a Kuju field and other places for palace maids and eunuchs to play and exercise when they were free. As for the swings and fishing, they were in the rear gardens of the imperial palace, separated from this place by a palace wall that was 30 feet high. Xue Huai led them to the open field and ordered in a rough voice, "All of you wait here. I will go see the empress first and ask her to send some Kuju masters to compete with you." Xue Huai was just about to leave when he turned back with worry. Glaring at his restless ruffian disciples, he ordered, "This is the imperial palace. All of you behave yourselves." Hani hurriedly agreed with a smile. Xue Huai snorted heavily, turned around, and walked into the imperial palace. On the field, there were many palace maids holding hands as they walked and chatted. On the Kuju field, there were more than 10 palace maids playing football. When they saw more than 10 bald monks walking in and looking around, some palace maids came over and curiously sized them up. "Hey, old monk, you're already so old. Why are you still a novice monk?" A lively, round-faced palace maid looked at Taoist Yizhua. The old Taoist's face was full of wrinkles, and he was very old, but he was wearing an ordinary monk's robe. Squeezed in the middle of a group of young monks, he didn't look like a monk of any status. As she asked, the palace maid couldn't help but stretch out her hand as if she wanted to touch his goatee. Taoist Yizhua hurriedly took a step back, cupped his hands in front of his chest, and loudly said, "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai, female benefactor, please don't do this." The palace maid was shocked. Her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth as she laughed. "Old monk, what kind of Buddha do you worship? Why are you chanting the Heavenly Lord of Taoism?" Taoist Yizhua's face turned red, and he was momentarily speechless. Beside him, a palace maid giggled and said, "Old monk, you're so useless. Look at that monk in the red kasaya. He's so young, but he's already the head of Buddhism." The round-faced palace maid followed her gaze and saw Yang Fan. Her eyes immediately turned red. "Wow, what a handsome little monk." Chapter 112. Xue Huai was originally worried that his scoundrels wouldn't know the rules after entering the palace and would cause some trouble. He didn't expect these palace maids and beauties to be even more daring than these scoundrels. This was the palace, the home of the palace maids and beauties. They didn't have to worry that someone would dare to be rude to them. More importantly, they had a lot of people. Experienced people knew that if a person was thrown into a group of the opposite sex, even a rooster would become a quail. As a result, the monks became the target of the palace maids and beauties' comments. They generously gave them pointers and giggled from time to time. Even the most ruffian and scoundrel monks became a little reserved under their giggles. Usually, When these monks went out on the streets and saw some pretty girls and wives, they would often point at them and make comments about them. But now, there were several times more women than them, and all of them were beautiful, young, and lively girls. They were at a loss of what to do. The one who received the most attention was, of course, the handsome young monk Yang Fan. Many of the palace maids' eyes were red and sparkled as they looked at him. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was looking at the women playing football in the field. These women were fighting too fiercely. Although they knew that a group of monks had come to the palace, they couldn't find the time to watch the fun. They wore light green shirts with large lapels and narrow sleeves. Their shirts reached their knees and were tied tightly with belts that bound their slender waists. Two straps hung down from their waists and stuck to their perky buttocks. As they ran, the straps bounced and slapped their plump buttocks. They all wore a pair of striped skinny pants that were the same color as their shirts. Some of the pants were tied up, while others were stuffed into their boots. The palace maids tied up their pants because they wore a pair of wooden clogs on their feet and had no boots to stuff in. From this, one could also infer their general status in the palace, because playing football required a lot of shoes. In that era, there were no football shoes or rubber-soled shoes. Whether it was cloth shoes or leather shoes, they were not particularly sturdy. After a game of football, the shoes with poor quality would become a joke, and the shoes with good quality would also have some places where they would fall off. Although it was the prosperous era of the Tang dynasty, most people didn't have to worry about food and clothing. However, not having to worry about food and clothing didn't mean everything. At that time, the handicraft industry wasn't developed. Shoes had to be made one needle at a time. Making shoes was more time-consuming than making clothes, so it wasn't cheap. Therefore, unless one was rich, most people played football barefoot or wore wooden clogs. After all, the palace maids were girls, so it was impossible for them to play football barefoot. Therefore, those with high status and high salary would wear boots, while the other palace maids wore wooden clogs. The feeling of wooden clogs was far less sensitive than cloth shoes or leather boots, so they were at a disadvantage when playing football. Therefore, even if their skills were similar, or even if your skills were slightly better, the person wearing wooden clogs would still be slightly worse than the person wearing cloth shoes or leather boots. However, among the dozen or so people playing football on the field at that moment, the one with the best skills was clearly a girl wearing wooden clogs. If she changed into a pair of leather boots, what would her skills be like? Yang Fan was looking at her. This time, Yang Fan entered the palace to compare his skills with the Kuju masters in the palace. This was directly related to whether he would be able to enter the palace often in the future and have the opportunity to meet a big shot like Shanghai Wanner. Therefore, he paid special attention to the Kuju masters in the palace. This girl wearing wooden clogs had her hair combed into 3 servant girls. She was quiet and beautiful. She was also wearing a green shirt and trousers, and on her body, she exuded a kind of vigorous and neat feeling. Her feet were wearing a pair of simple wooden clogs, and the rubber ball was on the tip of her foot. No matter what she did, the ball never left her foot, and her feet never left the ball. Her skills were truly superb. They were playing for nothing. Playing for nothing meant that there was no goal. It was a competition game that focused purely on footwork skills. It required extremely high control of the feet, and after playing for a game, it consumed a lot of physical strength. In the Tang dynasty, it could be said that the whole nation played football. From the emperor's imperial concubines, princes and nobles, to the common people and footmen, everyone loved to play for a long time. In such an atmosphere, there were many hardcore fans like Shui Huai, and there were also many people with superb skills. None of the palace maids on the field were weak. It was especially rare for this girl wearing wooden clogs to be able to beat the group of palace maids. This girl was Xiemuan. Among the female officials, female guards, and palace maids in the palace, she could be considered a rich woman. The reason why she still wore wooden clogs to play was that she was used to saving money, and earning money again. Nyonya was afraid of living a hard life. She couldn't wait to earn all the money that she and her brother wouldn't be able to spend for 3 lifetimes in one go. Because of this, she was nicknamed Little Miser among her sisters. Yang Fan noticed her because of her superb skills and then began to look at her. After looking at her for a while, Yang Fan faintly felt a sense of familiarity. Although Xie Xiaoman's current attire was a far cry from the fairy-like image from that night, beautiful women were always unforgettable, especially her heroic eyebrows. Yang Fan suddenly remembered her. That night, he had seen this girl while riding on the wall. She really was a person of the imperial court and a person of the palace. Could it be that she recognized him? Xie Xiaoman seemed to be aware that someone was staring at her. She suddenly tiptoed, and the ball that seemed to be glued to the tip of her foot soared into the sky. She didn't seem to use much strength in this kick, but it actually kicked the ball so high. This move was similar to the one that Yang Fan used to hit the ball into the net from the center line on the Luo River. The only difference was that one used a hand and the other used a foot. Being able to exert the greatest strength did not necessarily mean that one could shoot the most powerful ball. Relying solely on brute force, it was likely that the ball itself would have to bear all of the force. Xie Xiaoman kicked the ball away and looked over. She saw a handsome monk wearing a large red robe, but he was unreasonably young and handsome. He was looking at her with a sneaky expression. She was immediately displeased and fiercely glared at him. She didn't recognize Yang Fan. In the ancient records, the person with the highest ability to remember people was a man named Ing Feng. Because of this, the idiom half a face-to-face was left behind. It was said that Ing Feng had an amazing memory. Once, he went to visit an official, but the official was not at home. At that time, the coachman only opened the door a crack, and Ing Feng only saw half of the coachman's face. Decades later, when they met again, Ing Feng was still able to recognize him at a glance. Of course, Xie Xiaoman was not such a strange person. Although she was not face-blind, she was not good at remembering other people's faces. That night, Yang Fan was hiding under the treetops. The light was dim, and Xiaoman would not deliberately look at a thief. Now that this thief had shaved his head and was wearing a kasaya, his appearance was too different from that night. She could not recognize him. As for the image of his childhood, it was even more different now. At that time, Yang Fan's face was sallow and emaciated. His hair was unkempt, and his face was bruised and swollen. Needless to say, Nyonyo, their circumstances had changed too much. Adequate nutrition, a comfortable life, coupled with martial arts practice, and the way they dressed, it made their physical appearance and mental temperament undergo earth-shaking changes. Not only did a girl change 18 times from childhood to womanhood, a man grew up from a child to a young man. His living environment was also like heaven and earth, so the changes in his appearance were also earth-shaking. Nyonyo did not know that the lecherous, smelly monk in front of her was the elder brother she had been looking for thousands of times. Even if Yang Fan broke his head, he would never think that this beautiful and pretty little female guard was the same ugly Nyonyo who had a bird's nest hairstyle and small open teeth. At this time, the ball that seemed to go straight into the clouds fell from the sky and landed 3 feet in front of Yang Fan. With Xie Xiaoman's ball control ability, how could she not know where the ball was going to land? It seems that when she kicked the ball into the air, she had deliberately chosen this landing point to scare the monk who was looking at her rudely. The group of palace maids gathered around Xie Xiaoman had just looked up when Yang Fan noticed something strange. He looked up and saw the ball falling from the sky. Yang Fan's feet stopped, and his pair of Luohan shoes sprang up. His whole body spun up. His big red kasaya was like a red lotus blooming from the water because of his rapid spin, spreading out in all directions. Yang Fan's foot flew out and hit the ball in the middle. The ball flew out and turned into a long rainbow, penetrating into the eye of the wind. The eye of the wind was the goal. There was a goal on the left and right side of the field. The shape of the goal was like a memorial arch, but it was much shorter than the memorial arch. The goal was made of red painted wood, with cloud eaves on both sides, and a pointed ball at the top of the middle. It was somewhat in the style of Western regions architecture. Below it was the goal, which was about the height of a person, similar to the modern goal. But according to different play styles, not all the ball had to enter this goal to score. Above the goal was not 1 beam, but 2 beams. In the middle of the 2 beams, there was a smaller goal, shaped like a window on the wall of an ancient garden. This hole was called the Eye of the Wind. In some of the more difficult games, the ball had to enter this hole to win, and to shoot into the eye of the wind was several times more difficult than shooting into the larger goal below. Yang Fan's volley accurately and powerfully went straight into the goal. Moreover, he was on the side of the field, and due to the angle, it made it even more difficult to shoot. For a moment, the monks and palace maids who witnessed this scene could not help but cheer. Although Yang Fan had not competed with a real strong team in kickboxing, he had a general understanding of his own kickboxing skills. So when he saw the female palace guard he had seen before, he knew that she must be an expert in kickboxing from the Imperial Palace. In a moment, he would compete with an expert from the Imperial Palace, and this person was likely to be a strong opponent, so he intended to give her a head-on blow. When Xie Xiaoman saw his volley, her eyes could not help but shine. What a good monk! I can't underestimate him. For a moment, Xie Xiaoman looked at Yang Fan, her eyes cold, a faint desire to fight.